No grind to stay. That's what we want to be. Now let's go do what we do.
The Hall of Fame, right? Like heaven on earth for football players. And you get there and you say, what's next? The ups and downs that we had in our journey, it set me up for this moment. And I'm telling you, when you start to connect people's spirits, and you start to connect faces, and you start to connect this thing that people will start to hear, because I don't want everybody, I want the people who's inspired to want to create change. I want partners. I want people to understand the mission. When I'm gone, this whole arena will be filled with people who saw the mission. This celebrates health. This celebrates wealth is health. You can take care of yourself, you got a chance to fight a life. And if you got the right brothers with you, sisters with you, then life is all right.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having us. My name is Billy Davis. I'm a co-director and co-creator of the NFL Alumni Health, and our initiative is Huddle for Health. Very proud to be here. We have Dr. Jaime Garza. I'll let them introduce themselves independently, but we are very, very passionate, and Tom Groom, who is our senior advisor, who helped create this. So we're very, very, very privileged to have such leadership in our organization. But for us as former players, as you recognize, we've taken over your city a couple of times. These three letters have given us privilege and opportunity to give rise to those who can't speak for themselves, because we come from those places they come from. And we represent those communities, and be able to advocate for them, to have a messenger, to be able to deliver a message from the authorities who can give that, gives us a very proud moment, now while helping ourselves as well. So if I can ask Jaime Garza to introduce himself.
Thanks, Billy. So Jaime Garza, spelled Jamie for you non-Spanish speaking people. I'm a senior medical advisor. I'm a member of and a senior medical advisor to the NFL Alumni. I'm actually an ex-Tulane football player, which I'm very proud of. And I also have a part-time appointment here as a professor in orthopedic surgery. It's kind of a long story, but I brought some research over from the University of Texas, and I've been here about 4.5 years on a part-time basis. Really, really happy to be here. And we're so happy to partner with Tulane University. One of the 3 tenets of our mission statement is really, besides caring for our own and caring for kids, is caring for the community. And the opportunity for ex-NFL players in this community to actually speak out to their family members, to their neighbors, and express to them how important it is to take care of themselves, and some of the new initiatives that we're bringing forward, pass it on to them. So, thanks, Billy.
So with that, you don't want to hear us speak, you want to hear what you came here for. So I'd like to introduce our MC, Sharon Courtney.
That's right.
So I'll read this. Sharon Courtney is a seasoned advocate and strategist with deep expertise in government relations. I did the same when I was my pharmaceutical life, community engagement and higher education policy. And after a distinguished career at Tulane University, where served for many years as the vice president for government and community relations. She founded the Neutral Ground Strategies and Advocacy and Stakeholder Engagement firm. She's also partnered with Washington Navigators, a specialized lobbying firm serving colleges, universities, and nonprofits. At Tulane, Sharon played a pivotal role in shaping federal, state, and local engagement strategies, spearheading the university's first community relations position, and securing critical partnerships. Before Tulane, she spent 7 years at Capitol Hill, advising U.S. representatives in policy and legislative processes. Her leadership extends to board service, including past roles with the NAICU and the AAU Council on Federal Relations, as well as chairing Market, Umbrella, and the Data Center. A University of Mississippi graduate with journalism degree, she brings community-driven approach to advocacy, strategic engagement, and her post-Katrina work earned her the Young Leadership Council Role Model Award in 2006. So when you do a lot of things, you got a lot to say. And she has things to say. So obviously she is beyond reproach on her ability to MC this event. Welcome, Sharon.
Thank you. I think I can check off my bucket list now, being introduced by a former NFL player. So I'm actually pretty excited about that. So anyway, welcome everybody. We have a packed day ahead covering topics in health and innovation. First up, we're going to start with an exciting announcement on the Bio Challenge, and then we'll follow that up with a discussion on healthcare and AI. And then we'll shift to public health, including a special virtual discussion on policy and community challenges. And then a short break, and then we'll dive back into brain health and food as medicine and nutrition, highlighting the connection between diet and well-being. We'll wrap up with some closing remarks before our networking reception. So thank you for being here. But before we get started, first thing we're going to do is going to thank our partners, our supporters, and of course all of you for coming today. So our sponsors today, Tulane Medicine, the New Orleans BioInnovation Center, otherwise known as NOBIC, and Advidly. Is that Vidley? How do I say that? Avidly? Avidly. God, I think I could read. Anyway, so your support makes this event possible, and we truly appreciate it. So first up, I want to introduce Chris Khalil. Chris is the executive director of NOBIC. He works to ensure that NOBIC and this building is the hub for the growth of Louisiana's biotech ecosystem. The Bio Fund, which is also part of NOBIC, has invested over $5 million in 30 companies, which in turn has raised over $250 million in private financing. And those companies, in turn, have hired more than 1,000 people here in Louisiana. And before NOBIC, he managed a $3 billion portfolio of working capital, construction equipment, real estate, bridge financing, and acquisition loans, reducing it to taking it to $125 million for national financial institutions. He got his MBA at Tulane and your bachelor's, which I forgot to write down, at LSU. That's why I forgot to write it down. Anyway, everyone, please, I went to Ole Miss, I worked for Tulane, I can't. Anyway, please give a warm welcome to Chris Khalil.
Thank you, Sharon. And thank you very much for your years of dedication and support for our organization and many other community orgs in New Orleans. All right, so it's an honor and privilege to be here today and to host this Innovation and Health Symposium at the BioInnovation Center. And I'm incredibly inspired by the folks in the room today who are leaders on the front lines of advancements in brain health, AI in healthcare, and food as medicine. But before I tell you a little bit about NOBIC, I'd like to extend a big thank you, yes, to our sponsors, but also to today's presenters for lending their time and their expertise, and to those joining us in live stream land, to the NFL Alumni Health team, Tom, Kyle, and all their other team members, to James Zanowich and his team at Tulane School of Medicine, and last but not least, to Jonathan, to Gina, Muin, Ruben, and all of the NOBIC team for all their hard work and dedication to our mission. So, today, we're gathering at the crossroads where sports and medicine and technology intersect. On the field, the NFL embodies the spirit of determination and excellence. In medicine, institutions like Tulane are pushing the boundaries of research. And through tech innovation, NOBIC is unlocking healthcare solutions that were once unimaginable. So this event isn't just about celebrating these individual fields, but it's about harnessing their collective power to transform lives, heal communities, and set new standards for excellence in healthcare. And that's exactly what the BioInnovation Center is focused on. Starting a biotech company is like embarking on a long, uncertain journey with many, many uphill battles, ranging from regulatory hurdles to immense financial challenges of turning research into viable therapy. That's why support from organizations like ours is really essential. And through de-risking mechanisms, particularly non-dilutive financing mechanisms, NOBIC gives these startups the financial runway they need to focus on innovation without sacrificing equity. This support not only helps bridge the gap between discovery and commercialization, but also empowers entrepreneurs to push forward breakthrough solutions that can truly transform lives. So NOBIC supports companies in the most vulnerable of stages. Starting a company in this field is an incredibly daunting task because 90 to 95% of biotech startups ultimately fail, and the industry is extremely capital intense. Biotech startups are some of the most capital-intense businesses compared to other startups due to long R&D cycles, regulatory hurdles, and expensive clinical trials. So the average biotech startup raises about 50 to 100 million before reaching market or approaching an exit. And by contrast, software startups might be somewhere between the $2 and $10 million range, and hardware double or triple that. So why is it so expensive, particularly to put a drug through? Well, you have clinical trials. You have high costs of infrastructure and research and development. And at the BioInnovation Center, we try to defray and mitigate some of those costs by providing subsidized biosafety level 2 wet lab space and free access to our core lab that houses over $1 million in specialized equipment for these businesses. We're committed to leveling the playing field by supporting companies that are founded by innovative entrepreneurs who may or may not have access to generational wealth, angel funding, or venture capital. And we know that these ideas can come from anywhere, and financial limitations should never be a barrier to breakthrough biotech innovation. So we've actually modeled some of our support functionality off the research that Rob and Tulane University have done in the LePage Center and the Innovation Institute. And we focus on companies from pre-seed, pre-license, all the way to Series B. We're working with companies, yes, in biotech, but also life sciences, agricultural technology, even some consumer product goods, and digital health as well. Our goal is to improve health outcomes for our citizens and help support these scalable enterprises that have emerged in Louisiana and by Louisianians all over the world. That's why we've established key partnerships with institutions like Tulane, like LSU Health, and like Xavier University. And we're extremely thrilled about future collaboration with the Xavier University Ochsner Medical School, which promises to connect cutting-edge research with clinical practice. The early stages of a biotech startup, as I mentioned, are fraught with challenges, and our goal is to leverage some of these functionalities to remove barriers for these early-stage biotech founders, providing capital, strategic support, and critical connections to help them succeed. And we don't just support founders, we invest in them. The BioFund provides early-stage capital that not only fuels R&D, but also signals credibility, attracting future investment and accelerating biotech innovation. At the end of the day, what biotech startups need the most is cash to fuel R&D, navigate regulatory pathways, and to scale solutions. So we help bridge that gap by ensuring that these promising companies don't stall due to lack of resources or cash. So by combining direct investments with Nobic's wraparound support, we're helping founders turn high-risk ideas into high-impact companies faster. And time is money, right? So please take a look at our intake process. If you're a startup in the room, if you're a startup in YouTube land, please scan this QR code and fill out the form to get in touch with us so we can reach out to you to see how we can support your enterprise. We're very proud of our results in our portfolio companies, having raised over $150 million in revenue in the last year and about $40 million in VC follow-on funding. We also help directly support grant applications to federal agencies and philanthropy through our partnerships with third-party grant support writers. Our companies are often in the news, and they're often affiliated with our local research institutions like Tulane. But that's not all we do. That's not all we do. We dance while we're on stage. Okay, so we all know innovation kind of happens at the intersection of ideas and people. And so that's why we prioritize bringing people together like we're doing today here in this room through a variety of different events and functions. And in fact, this beautiful 66,000 square foot facility was designed with this in mind. It was designed to be the neutral ground for the rival research institutions, for folks to come together, learn from one another, and build upon each other's research. So from our Bio Challenge, which I'll talk about in a little bit, to investor meetups, we want to have the best and the brightest flow through this room every day, and we're blessed with the privilege to be able to do that. So again, we call ourselves the neutral ground, where everyone can come together, share, learn, grow, regardless of background, regardless of expertise, what school you're from, Tulane or LSU, or what team you root for. We don't allow Falcons fans in the building, but we have a lot of local universities that come and rub elbows. In fact, I don't know if y'all know this, but today is the 8th anniversary of Super Bowl LI, the 28-3 championship. And so some would say that that's the Saints' second Super Bowl. I don't say that, but some people do say that. And so one of the best examples of this is our Bio Challenge, where we saw groundbreaking ideas take center stage, world-class judges provide valuable insights, and promising biotech startups gain critical support. So let's take a look at the impact of this year's competition in our Bio Challenge 2024 recap. The Bio Challenge is an international pitch competition that focuses on early-stage bioscience startups that are set to transform healthcare for the entire world. This year, we have $100,000 in cash prizes for 6 finalists, and we're really excited to bring this competition back home to downtown New Orleans.
The Downtown Development District is the nation's first property-based improvement district, and we're responsible for ensuring the economic vitality of downtown. We are proud to partner with Nobic as an asset within our community to nurture companies to really foster economic and bio-innovation within our community.
The overall mission of Nobic is very clear for us, especially from a biohealth perspective. We recognize that innovation occurs throughout the country, not just in major city centers. And it also allows for us to connect with founders and innovators who are going to help a broader swath of folks within the United States and hopefully globally.
BARDA's actually been a long-time partner with the BioInnovation Center in the first iteration of our BARDA Accelerator Network. We have a big focus on supporting early-stage innovations to really help fuel and identify innovation in various backyards across the country. We've had a record 110 or so applications come in this year. It's been a hard battle to pick the 6 finalists that are pitching today.
This award is going to be monumental for the company. It's going to go directly into getting us through the FDA breakthrough device designation and funding our first clinical study right here in Louisiana and Washington. so much to the New Orleans BioInnovation Center for supporting us so much, and all the sponsors and the judges for this competition.
So, as you can see, everything we do in true New Orleans fashion. But it was amazing to be able to bring this competition back home to downtown. Last year was the first year that we had it in 6 years, and it's really important to us and to our community as well. So with that, I'm thrilled to announce that BioChallenge 2025 is happening October 30th at the BioInnovation Center. Last year's competition brought together incredible talent and ideas, and we're ready to take it even further next year, this year actually, 2025. Excuse me. So let's take a look at some of the standout companies from last year. Sponsors. Okay, keep it going. These are some of our sponsors. These are some of our historical finalists. You may or may not recognize many of these coming out of our local research institutions that are doing absolutely amazing things. I'm happy to share more with you after this if you'd like to come and find me and talk a little bit about our portfolio and portfolio companies. We had world-class judges with over a combined 90 years of experience in the life sciences. And last but not least, we'd like to take a look at some of the standout companies that took home top honors from last year. As we mentioned, we had over 113 applications from about 20 countries all over the world. Yes. Oh, I got that right. Wow. I don't know how I did that. Okay. And we're going to move forward to this slide where we're showcasing our first, second, and third place winners. Vaccess secured second place for their Mimics platform, which is a revolutionary drug delivery system utilizing a shelf-stable, self-applied microarray patch. So think vaccine on a patch without any type of cold chain or supply constraints. This company's raised already over $100 million, and we were lucky to fly them into New Orleans and have them participate in our competition. So think of a platform designed for consistent and efficient delivery in both urban and rural areas, and able to use live viruses, peptides, proteins, mRNA, inactivated viruses, and more. Cyvec Biotechnologies, Lindsay here on the right, earned third place with their Backpack biotherapeutic delivery platform that uses highly engineered bacterial strains to safely enable the production and delivery of next-generation nucleic acid and gene editing therapies. And Infirmuta, awarded the Grand Prize and Audience Favorite Award, develops a proprietary technology utilizing DNA sequencing to predict bacterial responses to various antibiotics and future resistance. Their mission is to revolutionize infectious disease detection and enable precision medicine through AI/ML analytics of next-generation sequencing data. And they're a Tulane spinout. So the theme last year, if you might have garnered, was around equitable health access and security. We partnered with BARDA, the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, and their innovation division DRIVE to put forth this competition. And thus our areas of interest were combating emergent infectious disease and providing access to healthcare to everyone. And so what's next for us this year in 2025? Well, for 2025, we're incredibly excited to announce that BioChallenge will focus on neuroscience and brain health. Surprise! And this is going to reflect some of the most urgent and transformative areas in medical innovation today. We're aligning our focus with key verticals that are going to drive impact and accelerate solutions where they're needed the most. And we're looking forward to partnering with our local partners here in Louisiana who are already building a consortium of neuro-focused entities that are driving this field forward at a world-class level. So this theme was particularly inspired by the folks in the room today and our partners at NFL Alumni Health, whose commitment to long-term well-being of former players shines a spotlight on the critical need for brain health solutions that extend beyond the field. Many athletes, like so many in our community, face challenges related to brain health, like neurological trauma, and may or may not have access to care that they need. So together we have this opportunity to build a partnership to drive meaningful change, not just for the sports world, but for those affected by brain health challenges or by neurodegenerative disease. So we're incredibly excited to see the groundbreaking innovations that are going to emerge from BioChallenge 2025, and we look forward to working alongside our partners to make this happen. And there's more. So this is kind of a longer list of the verticals and the topic areas that we're interested in sourcing from. We hope to take our total application pool from 113 to somewhere over 200 or 250 applications across the globe. One thing I did mention is that we bring all of these folks down to New Orleans. We integrate them with our local research institutions and health systems, and we try to form partnerships and pilots that drive innovation forward. And so, BioChallenge 2025 follows an incredible academic research symposium called Bio on the Bayou that brings together top minds in all different types of fields of academic research, but particularly a lot of neuroscience, AI in healthcare, and biotech commercialization. Our partnership with James and Bio on the Bayou is key to making New Orleans and our bio district a biotech innovation hub. So we encourage you guys to make a short weekend out of it, start with some world-class research at Bio on the Bayou, and then see how those ideas turn into real-world solutions at BioChallenge. So as I close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who make this work possible. This challenge is more than a competition. It really is a commitment to our community, to the ideas that are driving biotech innovation forward and supporting a diverse group of founders. So please do join us, whether as a sponsor, investor, or partner, to help turn these groundbreaking ideas into real impact. Thank you for being a part of this journey, and who dat?
Funny story though, when you talked about the Falcons, this is true. This is a true story. I'm not making this up. There used to be a restaurant here in town, and my fortune cookie, when I opened it, said, "You will never forget that the Falcons blew a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl." So I saved that one. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so our first panel today is on AI in healthcare. Our goal is to explore how AI innovations can revolutionize healthcare in areas like injury prevention, personalized treatments in medicine, and long-term wellness for both NFL players and the general public. And to kick things off, Rob Lauka is going to give us an overview of the use of AI in healthcare. Let me find Rob's bio. Hold, please. There you are. Okay. Rob Lauka is a professor of practice and management, the Albert R. LePage Professor in Business at Tulane University's A.B. Freeman School of Business, and the executive director of the Albert LePage Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He has received the A.B. Freeman School's Excellent and Intellectual Contributions Award 3 times, most recently for his critically acclaimed new book, The Venture Alchemist, How Big Tech Turned Profits into Power, from the Columbia University Press, which was one of the 22 best business books of 2024, according to the Society for Advancing Business Editing and Writing. Kirkus Reviews calls it an impressive work of research and intellectual reflection. Adding this praise, the body of work addressing this subject now seems inexhaustible, but this book must count as among its most clear-eyed, well-researched, and morally uncompromising examples. The MIT Technology Review commended the book for deflating the myth that these entrepreneurs were somehow gifted seers of and investors in a future the rest of us simply couldn't comprehend or predict, while exposing the price we've paid and handing over unprecedented power to big tech and exploring why it's imperative that we start taking it back. And now that I have time, I'm actually going to read the book, so I'm very excited. Do you read it on the audio version? Oh, damn. Lauka moved to New Orleans from Washington, D.C., where he was a director at Village Capital and a senior advisor at the Howard G. Buffett Foundation. Prior, he served in the U.S. Department of State's Office of Global Partnerships and was on the Secretary of State's Policy Planning staff, for which he was recognized with the State Department's Superior Honor Medal and its Meritorious Honor Award. Lauka currently serves on the boards of Public Democracy, Inc. and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. He graduated from Yale University, cum laude, with distinction in both history and English, holds his master's degree in public policy from Duke University, and earned executive education certificates from the Harvard Business School. Rob?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate you. A fun little story, 28-3. That was the same night that Travis Kalanick basically got ousted by from his own company by getting drunk in the back of an Uber and cursing somebody out. It was the same night. He was actually at a Super Bowl party. And so I got to fit that into my book. And in the index, if you look up the name Matt Ryan, you can find where I mock the Falcons for losing 28-3 in a book that has nothing to do with football, right? For those of you who aren't from here, welcome to New Orleans. This is what we do. We're very petty. Very, very petty. I'm going to begin just with a few words about AI. And that'll be before a panel that will be very illuminating. And there's a reason why we're focusing on AI. I want all of you to think first, just right now, give me just a few minutes of creative imagination. What do you think the world will look like in 5 years because of AI? How will the world be different? I want you to think, what will your lives be like? What will be different because of AI in 5 years? And then I especially want you to think about healthcare. How will your health be different? How will your life, when you go into the doctor's office or when your parents getting treated for something, how might it be different? I just want you to have a vision of what that could be. Because what we're going to discuss in this panel is going to be hopefully adding some more insight into where things are and where they might go. But let me put it this way. A show of hands for anyone who has used ChatGPT. Hands up if you used ChatGPT. Great. Okay, excellent. A show of hands if you had ever used AI before ChatGPT. A couple. Actually, all of you had. Right? All of you had. Because anytime that you were searching on Google, that's AI, right? Anytime that you were reporting on ways that there was a cop there, that's AI, right? Like all of the stuff that you do all the time is AI. And yet, ChatGPT sort of made us think about it as a way that we can use it as a tool all the time. And that has led to a huge influx of both attention and also real seriousness in the business world, real resources towards it. And so this report, we survey local New Orleans companies, and they all acknowledge that AI will be both the greatest opportunity and the greatest threat to their business, both. Far more than any other technology, more than crypto, more than anything else that they're looking at right now. All of those other technologies are in the single digits. AI is well above 40% as both the greatest threat and the greatest opportunity. That's beyond healthcare. That's in everything. But especially in healthcare, as you will hear from this panel, your lives will be changed. And it could both help us to live better, healthier, happier lives, but it also means we're going to have to make some decisions about what are we okay with gene editing. What are we okay with? What trade-offs are we going to be okay making? Is it those of us who can afford it, those of us who can't? Who benefits from this? Life extension, is that something that we're all going to be okay with if some people get to live to be twice the age of others because they have the resources and others don't? These are all the types of questions we need to start asking, and that I hope that when we think about the good that will come, which is a lot of what we'll discuss today, we'll think not only about what it means for what's possible, but also for how do we do it in the right way? How do we do it in ways that actually make a meaningful difference for our communities? And for me, that's what New Orleans can help to lead on. New Orleans is a city where we really do care about each other. We care about our community. We want to make sure that we're all in this together. And so I really do hope you enjoy this conversation. But I will promise you this. This is one thing I will just begin this intellectual journey you're about to be on with these folks. The AI that you're using right now is the worst version of it that anyone will ever experience from here on out. It's only going to get better. It's only going to get more powerful. And so what you were thinking of is going to happen in 5 years, you'll be way better than that, I can almost promise you. Okay? And now to our panel.
All right, if I can get you guys to come up, my panel of four, come on up. Get your seats. Do we have a fifth mic, or are we just on four and we're working it out? Yeah, go here, yeah. Yep.
I'm going to clip this mic to... Perfect.
Check. All good? All right.
It's muted right this second.
2 seconds. I can dance like Chris, a little Cabbage Patch. All right, you ready now? There we go. All right. All right, so I want to say good afternoon to everyone. I'm James Zanowich. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Tulane School of Medicine and an executive board member of the Alliance for AI in Healthcare. I've got more years than I care to admit of experience at the intersection of healthcare and innovation, and now I've layered on several years of AI, and one thing that we didn't talk about was spell check on Word. That was AI. You guys have been using it since like the dawn of time at this point. I really enjoy talking about AI, and it's my pleasure to kind of launch the first NFL Alumni Health Innovation Day with this amazing panel discussing how we can leverage AI to innovate healthcare. In an era where AI is transforming many industries, as Rob talked about, its integration into healthcare is not merely a trend, but it's a necessity. It has the potential to revolutionize medical care, accelerate scientific discovery, and enhance operational efficiencies, all while improving outcomes for patients, which, let's be honest, is the goal we should all have in mind while we're doing this, and addressing ethical considerations. With an increasing focus from the federal government on both promoting adoption and regulating usage, understanding the role it can play in healthcare is more important than ever. But before we dive into our questions, I want to introduce our amazing panel, and I'm really appreciative of each of you taking time out of your days. First off, I have Sharon Courtney, the principal.
They know enough about me already.
They do, but I'm still going to say something. She's the principal of NutriGround Strategies and a senior partner of the Washington Navigators. As you guys heard, she is very experienced in innovation district building, something we didn't talk about before, science and healthcare policy and strategy. Michael Patriarca, the VP and Chief Business Officer of Tulane Medicine. Mike is an experienced healthcare executive with expertise in finance, analytics, and operations, and 3 months on the ground in New Orleans. We can talk about how he successfully implemented AI-driven initiatives in academic medical centers, including UT Rio Grande, and is about to do so here in New Orleans. Dr. Jason Hill, Innovation Officer at Ochsner Health. He's a hospitalist and healthcare leader who focuses on applying cutting-edge technologies and data-driven solutions to improve patient care and outcomes, and helped mentor the future generation of AI and healthcare executives in our first AI and Healthcare Design Lab this year. And last but not least, Ryan Hildebrand, the Senior Director of System Innovation and Project Management at LCMC Health, where Ryan really specializes in developing innovative concepts within healthcare organizations and securing buy-in from leadership and academic partners to really create transformative initiatives. Over the next 35 minutes, we're going to delve into how AI is revolutionizing research, evolving health centers and hospitals, enhancing patient care, streamlining operations, and improving outcomes. And now I'll take a breath. Following our discussion, we're going to open up for some Q&A from you guys because we have such great brain power in the room. I want to allow an opportunity to ask questions. And with that, I'll roll straight in. So my first question is to everyone. AI is transforming healthcare in many ways, as we heard, but you each have a different perspective. So what do you believe is the most significant opportunity that AI presents for impacting healthcare? And Jason, we'll start with you and work down this way, if you don't mind.
Ooh, that's a question. Okay, so I would probably say that, and Ryan and I were just talking earlier about, healthcare is very data rich and information poor, right? So we have a mountain of data that we sit on in healthcare. And it's only accelerating the amount of data that we have every year, every moment, as we create devices on our bodies, in our hospitals, everywhere that are feeding data into the system. But we have no way to make any sense of all of that. And I think at a macro level, what I am most excited about is the ability to actually take that data that we now have access to, genomic data, healthcare data, IoT data, your web browsing data, and all of those things to actually convert to a way to personalize your medical care and your plan. And I think that's probably what interests me the most.
Right.
Yeah, so to build on that, one of the other points that we were discussing was how AI is not really going to replace a whole lot of things. It's going to augment how we do things. And so I think in the world of healthcare, if we think about that and we have our leaders focused on how can these tools and solutions augment how we deliver care, what we're doing in the hospitals, how we're approaching the population with population health data, and kind of bringing that all together and saying, hey, this is how we're going to... Is it not on? Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry. So bringing that all together and allowing for us to
You're good.
summarize. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I agree with both points. I think another way to put it that I like to put it is, you hear about this, is AI going to take our jobs? Well, I certainly hope not. But what I've heard is, what I like is AI is not going to take your job, but someone who knows how to use AI may take your job, right? And so I think embracing AI as a tool that we can all use as leaders and healthcare providers, I think is going to be really important. We move forward, understanding that tool. In terms of, from my vantage point on the business side, as kind of Ryan mentioned, looking at it from a full spectrum perspective, how do we optimize processes that can be headaches for all of us in dealing with prior authorizations on the front end, all the way through dealing with, at times, headaches with insurance companies kind of on the back end, looking at it from a financial perspective, and freeing up, I think, the most precious time as it relates to that kind of global cycle, which I think is our provider time, our nurses time, and being and thinking about that more optimally, I think has tremendous opportunity for us moving forward.
Sure.
So I'm actually not an expert on AI in healthcare. I'm a government relations advocate. So what I would say is that from a patient perspective, I would like to see the ability for personalized medicine to really reach new heights, especially when you think about women and communities of color, if we do it right. And if we have a system that is equitable and that actually is giving the personalized medicine, and that we're reaching the right communities and using the right mechanisms to get to the communities to use it. I think, for so long, as a woman, I know that so many things haven't been studied. I'll just go to menopause, which is one of the few things that has not really been studied enough. And having personalized medicine, I think, would actually bring us to a point where we actually can address these topics more openly and easily.
No, I think it's interesting because a lot of people have talked about how AI is really just a rebrand because it's math, it's algorithms, and it's the best rebrand that math has ever had. Because how many people loved math growing up? Anyone? I mean, some people in the room probably because we're in a scientific building, but it is the best rebrand math's ever had. But it has the opportunity to transform operations. And so Jason and Ryan, if I can turn to the two of you for a second from kind of your hospital system perspective, can you discuss how AI has streamlined hospital and healthcare operations? And do you have any examples you could each share of either things that have happened or things you're looking at doing?
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of some of the stuff Micah said. So the back office stuff is really the earliest point to where we can feel like the risk profile as well as the efficiency profile is good to integrate AI into a healthcare system. And that's kind of boring when we all talk about it, but to be honest, it's a huge system with an absolute unimaginable amount of waste, an unimaginable in the trillions of dollars of waste if you look at our entire health system in the United States. The ability to create algorithms that are if the algorithm is fair and everyone agrees to what the output is, to potentially mitigate that waste that's being done now by hundreds and thousands of people, to make those people so that they can then focus on parts of their job that they enjoy, not doing things like prior authorizations and denial management and those things that they probably don't enjoy, I think is a great win. And I think that's probably one of the early areas. And it's probably not the sexiest thing to think about, but I think those are really what we're going to see promulgated in healthcare in the next couple of years. And then as the risk profile gets a little better, and as we have a little bit of understanding on how to manage AI's idiosyncrasies, I think you're going to see a lot more inroads into the really cool stuff that Dr. Lampke or that Rob Lampke was talking about in the 5-year plan and what that's going to look like.
Yeah, and I would agree that those non-sexy items are where we're focused as well. Mm-hmm. The revenue and billing side, that's where there's mountains of data, and that's where AI is great at summarizing and being more efficient. But to take it up one level, and while this is a newer area, I think it's one of the more interesting areas where people see AI in healthcare, and that's ambient AI. So that is, listening devices in the room while the doctor or nurse is in there. That's kind of picking up everything that's going on in there. But that kind of trickles down to some of those back office functions. So they hear the doctors interacting. Not only is it able to kind of build on what the notes are of that interaction, but then it can write those notes in a way that a coder can code properly. So then the coding gets done properly. So then you don't need to have as many people that are doing denials and authorizations and everything like that. So it is kind of all harmonious. I think like the tools are a little bit easier right now that just look at the back end. But I know we just completed 2 successful pilots with ambient AI in small little sections of our hospitals, and we're looking to expand upon that. And I think all of those things are going to they're going to streamline how we do things.
To quickly piggyback off of that, I think it's really neat to think about the AI the way. Has anybody here actually tried to read the note that their doctor gave them? It's horrible, right? Like trying to understand that is absolutely unimaginably bad, right? So as a doctor who writes a lot of those horrible notes, like it would be really wonderful if I had a tool that could tell my patient with an average 7th or 8th grade education, what are the 4 things that they need to take back? And that's one of the really cool parts about AI. It actually unlocks the medical record to become a conversation rather than just I'm looking at what Dr. Hill said in his medical speak about what I'm doing. Then it actually creates a way that we can both communicate, and we've done a lot of work in that area as well as work in basket messaging.
And Ryan, you mentioned data, and so I wanted to kind of pull on that thread for a minute and pull in Mike on this question. But we've had a lot of companies approach us about collaborating and getting access to patient data from New Orleans because of the kind of data we have. But the struggle they always have is the data is collected, in different ways by different places, everything else. So what are some of the organizational challenges, Mike, that you and Ryan see in acquiring, cleaning, utilizing this data effectively for healthcare or future discovery?
I think Dr. Hill kind of touched on it on his intro, but I think the biggest risk, AI is a tool, right? To really fully utilize and leverage that tool, it assumes you've got a clean data environment to function within, I think, to maximize utilization of that tool. Well, that assumption, I think, takes a lot of technical work, especially in the healthcare space that we're operating in. A lot of this has to do with the nature of the EHR and how that began. But the key word here is interoperability, I think. Are those systems speaking to one another from a tech perspective all the way through the continuum of the patient journey? That assumption, I think, and that foundation, I think, is going to be critical for us to really fully leverage the AI tools along the way of that patient journey. We talk about personalized medicine and predictive components of this. I think all of those pieces have to harmonize with one another to really fully expand and utilize the impact of, I think, AI across that healthcare continuum. So,
and I would say not everybody thinks of AI as this great thing that we may all think of it as in this room. There are leaders at my organization, I'm probably pretty sure you have them as well. AI is the boogeyman. I don't know what it is. And these are senior leaders. And so saying, hey, we're going to dump all of our patient data into this tool and it's going to help spit something out. I mean, you could say you can dress it up a little bit nicer than that, but if that's what you're getting at, not everybody is on board with that right now. So I mean, there are political barriers to kind of get over within the organization, not only technical barriers, but those ones that exist. Like our leaders are not all just like, well, let's just go ahead and do this. And one of the areas where I see opportunity there is, I know we don't have it at LCMC, but what I'm hoping that we can stand up sometime in the next year is an AI governance board. We don't have right now. The reason I'm here is because I have innovation in my title, and I'm the AI guy.
You do all the scary stuff.
Yeah. Like, oh, AI, ask Ryan. But that's not, there's no formal training
with your deep
that.
Computer science background, right?
I subscribe to a few newsletters. I like to read up on it. It's interesting to me, but by no means am I an expert. And so when that's all you have and you don't have any infrastructure with which to make recommendations to the board, to your CEOs, it becomes it's just harder to kind of get through all that red tape. And so those are some of the things that we're working through.
It has the potential to perhaps finally get us to a unified patient record, which I know the Alliance for AI in Healthcare has another white paper on this about to drop in a couple weeks. They're finalizing it as we speak, but that's something so important that could help with a lot of these things. And as we talk about data, healthcare records, and those kinds of things, as I referenced earlier, New Orleans and Louisiana offer an incredibly rich, diverse data set because we're urban and rural in this state. We have a wide variety of ethnic populations. We're a majority minority city in New Orleans with different populations like the Acadian population that express different things. And so Sharon, I'd like to turn to you and Ryan for a second and ask, how can healthcare organizations ensure that AI models are trained on representative data and AI-driven innovations reach all patient populations equitably? Because from your work in community, you understand how the community responds and would have perhaps perspective on how we can gain more trust. The easy question for you.
Yeah, well, I was thinking actually about what you said and having a hard time getting people within your organization to do AI. And so if you're having a hard time with people who we would consider generally sophisticated individuals, think about just and people say underserved communities, I say our poorly served communities, because we don't do enough to reach them. Also, it depends on how the AI models are structured. I mean, at Tulane, we have the Center for Community Engaged AI, which actually is trying to bring real voices into this conversation as models are created. So we start from there. And then we look at our institutions that are also hopefully enabling community voices, whether it's Xavier University or the Louisiana Public Health Institute. But then it's how do we then reach these organizations? And often it's through our trusted organizations. And it's kind of old school, but it's still the best way to reach people, is whether it's going through the work that Dr. Keith Ferdinand is doing using African American churches in the city, or if it's through, I'm the board chair for Market Umbrella, and we run all the farmers markets in the city. So you think about the access points that we do for food access. It's really using your trusted community partners to find ways to get people that the community already trust to bring them into the conversation. And since we're talking about the NFL today, I think, we talked about the power in our pre-meeting, we're talking about the power of the shield, and the ability of former NFL players to go into communities and help too, I think would be really valuable.
And I know Sharon Courtney, so for the former NFL players in the room, expect a call from her. Right.
So James, let me make sure I understand the question is how do make sure that the models are trained on the appropriate patient population?
Yeah, so that we're doing an equitable and, because historically they haven't been.
Yeah, so I would say that question almost kind of answers itself from my perspective. What I'm doing is looking for opportunities with startups to see what they might have to offer my health system, and then what I have to offer them is this mountain of data. So LCMC, 8 hospitals, very different patient population across the city of New Orleans. We have community hospitals, got the only level 1 trauma center, academic center right down the street in UMC. You have a children's hospital, the only standalone one for now. And so you put all that together, and it really is a very rich, diverse patient population. And so I view it as my job is to go out and find those companies that are looking to develop models that, hey, we have the data, you have the tools, let's bring it together, and then let's work together to make sure that we are truly putting the most diverse data into the models to help power it.
Yeah, and Mike, if I could pull you to this too, I'd just like to ask, do you see ways that academic medical centers can partner with healthcare systems like LCMC Health and Oshner to help in this area? And I had to ask you this. Moderator's prerogative.
Yeah, I think part of that gets into the neutral ground conversation, I think, too, right? And but I think to eliminate some of that boogeyman concern comes from this bias conversation, right? Is the data completely representative of the community, so that we can leverage that model, right, in application, right? I think the true way to keep everyone honest from that perspective and mitigate against that ongoing bias risk or hallucination risk that can exist is to have a more complete data set and have transparency around the type of model that you're leveraging in that analysis. And so I think the larger sample size you can get that represent the community, going back to the math known by another name problem, right? That's how we achieve that. And I think academic institutions like Tulane can be the aggregator of those large data models for development and eventual kind of bench to kind of bedside exposure there. So.
And if we can turn that into policy, because we've heard a lot in the news lately about AI in healthcare, a lot from the current administration about how AI in healthcare is a focus. Sharon recently sent me members of her former team because she left Tulane 3 days ago and is doing great new things, but set us up to meet with Senator Rounds of South Dakota, who's doing a lot in this area. So I'd like to come back to Sharon and talk about the potential to transform healthcare innovation and the administration, whether it be federal, state, looking at regulation to adoption. What are you hearing about where we're headed? We see a lot in the news, but you have your ear to the ground a little more than most people do.
Well, actually, when you bring up Senator Rounds, I want to start with one thing when we think about advocacy in the space. The reason Senator Rounds is interested in it is that his wife had cancer. And so what I have learned from working on the Hill in particular, I was in DC when DOD started working in breast cancer. And my boss at the time was the chair of Defense Appropriations, and they had gone, the Breast Cancer Coalition had gone to committee staff and had not had any luck. So they came and had a conversation with me and the personal staff. And I brought in the wife of the head of one of our big defense contractors who had had breast cancer and talked about why it was important for the military to be engaged in this. It has since turned into one of the most successful breast cancer research programs in the country. And so finding that personal niche that people can hook onto is really, really one of like the key to advocacy. Having said that, moving on to sort of like policy this year, I had a conversation earlier this week with staff from the Senate Help Committee, which will oversee some of this. And so Senator Cassidy, who I think we're going to hear from later, last year as ranking member, he put out a white paper on AI. So I wanted to sort of get a sense of where they might go this year. You guys will be happy to know that it sounds like one of their first areas where they want to think about is sort of like how AI can handle like the administrative burden, streamlining billing, prior authorizations, and clinical documentation. That's one of the spaces they want to go in. And then for the presidential administration, obviously they've had, are interested in reducing sort of a light touch on reducing regulatory barriers and fast tracking AI development that aligns with, that's where I think you're going to see the Trump administration mostly in, is how to reduce barriers to this and the different agencies. It also kind of aligns with some of the private sector investments they've talked about recently, like Project Stargate. It does raise questions about then how we balance rapid AI adoption with safety and trust. The Biden administration had previously emphasized that. But the Trump administration is going to be more about accelerating innovation by cutting red tape. I think there's a balance between the two, and hopefully they'll find that. I think we're going to find that Congress is very open to hearing from stakeholders. So one of the questions when I asked how universities and others can be engaged with members this year, a lot of people here on the panel and in the room who do research that relates to AI and healthcare have partners around the world. The United States is behind. The EU is more advanced than we are so far in terms of regulating AI. And so one of the questions they have is, if you've been working with people in these spaces, what's working well in like the EU? And what are barriers they've faced, or what are things that they've tried to solve that they've had problems with? So Congress right now has not really gotten into policy. They're a little slow on the uptake on policy so far this year. They're letting the administration do a lot of it, but I think eventually, as we move into the year, we're going to start to see hearings and other things on that space.
And so if folks want to weigh in with their representation, what is the best way to do it? Because I've seen a lot out there about how emails and letters are not as impactful as they once were, and it should be phone calls or in-person visits. What are you seeing? If somebody is passionate about this and wants to weigh in on their opinion, how do they do that?
I mean, I actually do think that the more they hear from people, whatever mechanism it is, the better it is. But I also think it's better for your member to hear from their constituents. So if you don't like something that's happening in South Dakota, well, Senator Rounds is not going to pay as much attention to it if it comes from someone from Louisiana, but if it comes from their constituent. But also finding your organizations. Your organizations are going to be the ones that set up going to Hill meetings and speak for large cohorts of people. So banding together, I think, is great. But also, members hold town halls. Go to town halls. Ask questions. Ask good questions.
And I think it's one of the things we're fortunate in Louisiana too, is we actually do have representation that has a medical degree, which is rare for Congress.
Yeah, Senator Cassidy, I think, is going to be a great chair for the Health Committee. He is an intellectually curious member of the Senate who is both a doctor and someone who worked for a research university.
And so I want to open it up to the whole panel again with another question about innovation and discovery. So how have you seen AI currently being utilized to advance medical research and patient care? Can you provide some concrete examples, either personally or ones that you've heard about that you found more fascinating, either they aren't in your own organization? And Jason, we'll start that with you again, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll leverage the panel that you just did, right? You've got two of those three organizations, or three people that you identified as the winners in your conversation. Like, I know Infomuta quite well, and was one of the first pitch folks when they came. They're using an AI algorithm to predict bacterial resistance. Mm-hmm. Like, that's never been done, and it's completely it's very novel, using a lot of the data that we found in cancer genomics. And one of the members of that team is a cancer researcher that did AI. And so, like, those are areas that we can see where you have a lot of data, which is going to go into practice. Another is we talk a lot about democratization of healthcare. We think of healthcare in a very weird way in the United States. We get up, we go to the doctor's office, we see the doctor every once in a while. Oh wait, we got to wait in a waiting room, then we got to wait in a smaller waiting room, and the doctor finally comes in, sees us for 5 minutes, writes an unintelligible note, leaves, and then we have to go back in 6 months, right? That is not great healthcare. So how can we then deconstruct that visit to go from a synchronous in-person visit, right? COVID taught us that you don't have to be in the same building to take care of people. I learned that firsthand in COVID in the hospital. We had half of our doctors were actually virtual, taking care of really sick patients, because in fact, the doctors had COVID and couldn't come into the hospital. So you then go from, now we've proved the value of virtual care. Now we need to make the next leap, which is asynchronous care, which is how can I manage you through the very powerful device that we all have, right? An iPhone 16, the latest iPhone, has a neural processing unit on it that can do about 1.3 trillion calculations per second. Just imagine that. That's about 1/20th of the computing power of our entire brain in each of our phones. So just imagine that we can leverage that computing power to take the data that you're using every day and then be able to create the connection with the doctor, so you don't have to go to a visit. Like, why would I need to see you to tell you that you need to increase your medicine? Just text me. Tell me to increase my medicine, right? So how do we create systems that take care of people? And I think that's where the concrete example of how we can, and I know that's sort of like not AI, but AI enables a lot of that thought. I think that where we need to look at as health systems is not looking outward to AI to save our lives. It's turning into the mirror and saying, how are we getting in our own way? And how can we can use an incredible amount of technology. The technology will far outpace our ability to use it, like by a factor of 100, probably in the next 2 or 3 years. And the biggest barrier to utilization of that will be uptake of that into our healthcare system and uptake of that into our patient care areas.
Right, so I think the measure of success when it comes to implementing something like AI is looking at what the efficacy is of the tool or the solution, how well does that blend with the culture and mindset of the area that it's trying to fit in. So one of the areas that we've had success in that is radiology. So if you look at the world of all the solutions that are out there that are AI related in healthcare, over 75% of them in the clinical setting are dedicated to radiology. Mm-hmm. Just makes a lot of sense, right? Like there's pictures and slides being taken of people's bodies. You can train models on mountains of data that have already produced things. And so you can have models that kind of learn upon themselves. So we recently implemented one right down the street at UMC. I think Astra is actually using it as well. And I got to tell you, the radiologist there, you're always worried that the docs are going to be a little like, what do you mean? Like, I'm going to have a computer looking over my shoulder. But they have bought in,
they love it, right? It's like a pre-screen for them.
It's a pre-screen. Yeah. It shows them where things are. Not only that, it is more accurate. So it's catching some things that the doctors are missing. And rather than them being like, that's a blow against my ego, they're very much like, well, this is better for the patient. This is a good thing. We should do that. And now the future iterations of that tool, that solution are now when we do like a CT scan of somebody's brain that's coming in for a potential stroke, if we find that there is an active stroke happening, it can automatically alert the stroke team. So now we're just making things quicker. And when it comes to patients having a stroke, seconds matter. So the faster that we can be the more, the better care that we're going to be able to deliver to that patient. So that one, I think we've seen just, tremendous success. And we're looking to kind of duplicate those things where are the pockets around hospitals, maybe other hospitals or different departments that have just the right way of thinking about it. They're not going to be turned off by the idea of AI. And where can we kind of leverage that thinking with the tools that we're looking at?
Thank you. Just to complement those two comments, I think a couple of things that were said, I think it's important to mention first was the embracing and the uptake. I think we can dictate some of that. And I think some of that goes back into what Ryan's point was earlier about setting up the appropriate governance strategy and strategy at these healthcare institutions that really cover how we're going to embrace this technology and how we're going to prioritize. Are we going to focus on low risk profiles and defer on some of the clinical interventions where we keep a human in the loop, and which makes, I think, every one of us feel a little bit better, right? Especially when you're talking about imaging and pathology. And I think bringing in, and how do we further embrace that? I think bringing in AI as a solution potential to any project that comes up. I think all the time we are all working through, hey, we're putting out this fire, we have this opportunity as it relates to our financial or business operation. Let's bring in an AI technology wizard or someone that's familiar with this tech up front to think about another set of eyes on this problem. How can we leverage this new tool that's part of our toolkit to help optimize this? We may not even be thinking about this new application. One example that hasn't come up yet, I think, is optimizing scheduling for physicians. I think one of the biggest examples of waste across the healthcare enterprise is what we call kind of no-shows or underutilized scheduling. You or I may have an appointment in 6 months, yet we have unused appointments happening today at clinics across the city. AI can be used to get ahead of that, to optimize scheduling to where that provider and staff time at those clinics never goes underutilized. So.
A little trickier to get doctor buy-in on that. It's gotta get that. You gotta get that.
I was just glad.
I figured I was sitting over here, and
Yeah, I was just glad you didn't say surgical block utilization. That makes me really nervous for doctor buy-in.
Yeah, get it.
As a patient, all this sounds really exciting, but I'm not going to add anything.
Nice. So one thing you touched on was the adoption. And so one thing that just occurred to me, and I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget when you were talking, Jason, is a big barrier to this could also be reimbursement, because we don't know how AI is going to be reimbursed. What thoughts do you have on that, and how can we all tackle that, and how can we weigh in that if these are tools that help us as patients, they should be reimbursed so that we can get access to them? Because that's something, as I recall from the AI and Healthcare Design Lab, one of the things that I learned, which I never knew, is healthcare systems have like a 2 to 3% profit margin. Like everyone thinks they make a lot of money, and they don't. It's actually very narrow. So anything you add has to be compensated for in some way.
3% is really good, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like you're Mayo if you're 3%. But so I think like the government model, we have to presume that in a system where you're trying to manage health, that the model of reimbursement helps to reinforce that. So I would say at Ochsner, we take a lot of what we call upside and downside risk. So which means that if a patient's cost of care gets uncontrolled, that's on us. But similarly, if a patient's cost of care is controlled, that's also something that we benefit from. So it benefits the patient because the patient doesn't have to have expensive and unnecessary therapies, and it also benefits the system, right? So there was a great paper that was just published actually at the end of this last year on JAMA that talked about that. They look at Medicare Advantage plans, and they say Medicare Advantage plans that are managed by an insurance company do not show very significant benefit in outcomes. Which makes sense, right? Because insurance companies need to make money, and how they make money primarily is squeezing healthcare companies, right? But when you have healthcare companies that are managing the risk for Medicare Advantage patients, you actually see significant benefit on outcomes. And I think it's these kind of data that we take, and hopefully our administration with a new lens on and a new focus on Medicare Advantage can help to then say, we want to encourage more healthcare systems like LCMC, like Ochsner, that are integrated systems with the capacity to holistically care for a patient. We want to incentivize that process. And so I don't want to think about it as, hey, let's incentivize AI. I think about it as, let's incentivize people's better health in a way that puts healthcare companies at risk and at stake for it, because that's where we want to be.
Yeah, I think an interesting way to take a moment with moderator's prerogative, ways to influence this and have a voice are joining organizations like the Alliance for AI in Healthcare. Tulane joined very early on, like 4 or 5 years ago, before ChatGPT was a thing and everyone thought about it, because I thought this is where it was going, and it's worked out very well for us being part of this and having access to cutting edge companies in this space. But for folks who are interested in that, to get involved in an organization like that can help you bring your voices together in a collective and say you want to influence Senator Cassidy, you have access to Tulane to do that, or if you want to influence someone in a different area. And that's where I'm curious, Sharon, if you have ideas on ways, if people in the community who are watching this on YouTube want to be able to have their voices heard, what are your suggestions for folks who aren't in organizations that can join entities like the Alliance for AI in Healthcare?
Well, there's always, community organizations that are engaged in this and disease groups are going to be more and more active in this, whether it's cancer or arthritis. All these groups will be interested. But I think, from what you said, I think the biggest problem we're going to face is that all this is moving way too fast for government. Government doesn't move fast, and so it's overtaking people. And, we need to be talking about how to modernize the federal government, maybe a little more than downsizing. Like, how do we actually just keep up with what's happening in the world of healthcare? And I think that's probably the biggest challenge that we're going to face for our policymakers.
Yeah, a quick add to that. Who in this room understands what Moore's Law is? Show of hands real quick. Okay, so a couple of you. Moore's Law basically means that everything in technology doubles in efficacy every 2 years. The Moore's Law in AI is 6 months, which means it 8 times of efficacy every 2 years. That's untenable speed for anybody, much less our own government.
So basically, welcome your robot overlords now. And be nice to them, say please in ChatGPT so they recognize you as a kind person when they take over. I say that partially in jest, but thank you, ChatGPT. I appreciate you. Anyway, turning back to Mike, Jason, and Ryan for a second, because you guys balance innovation with operations in healthcare every day. You both want to innovate, but you're responsible for operational effectiveness and the bottom line as well in many ways. So how do you ensure the AI innovations that you bring in or solutions you bring in don't disrupt workflows, but instead enhance outcomes for the patient, but also the patient experience? How do you balance that?
I'll go. So I kind of want to disrupt workflows, actually. So what we found when we do things like ADOC and other clinical is that clinical workflows are a mess. They're horrible. They're all over the place. Every doctor is their own special snowflake. They all think that they're doing the best way, and everybody else is an idiot. And that this is the way around. You have to look at patient files, or it needs to be in a fishbone diagram, or else I can't figure it out. So this is kind of part of the reason why we've gone to our non-clinical colleagues first, because they're okay with that, and they're okay with changing their workflow. I did probably 10 years of Epic implementations across all the 40-something hospitals that Ochsner has. And I will tell you, each implementation was completely unique, not only to the hospital, but to the department and sometimes to the doctor. Imagine that level of customization in a system as large as ours. It's unimaginable. So I think what I say is what we give to people is an efficiency tool. That's the carrot. The stick on that is that, guess what? You're going to have to probably give up a little agency on how your note's written. Or you're going to probably have to give up a little agency on your block time. But we'll give you a little time back at the end of the day, but at the same time, you're going to have to do something for us. And
your patients may have a better experience and be happier.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is really what it should come down to.
Yeah, and I'll leave with a quick quote. Elon Musk said this very famously. Making an electrical car is really easy. You can look at any golf cart, right? Making an electrical car at scale without going bankrupt is the hard part. So how do you get from the 5-year vision that you said right now to there without destroying yourself financially as a system is a really hard challenge. And it means you have to make a really small amount of really good bets. And that's kind of how I look at it.
So I wish I had the MD behind my name so I could be as passionate about disrupting workflow.
You're married to one though, right?
I was going to say my wife's a physician. Yeah. I can bring home ideas, and she's like, that's the worst idea.
That might be better than having it yourself and saying it's the greatest idea ever.
So But I mean, to a degree, it's true. I mean, innovation is going to disrupt. That by its nature, that's what it's going to do. I think, even though my title is a mouthful, it does kind of encapsulate, I think, how we try to tackle that problem. So, not only am I head of system innovation, I also am fielding a project management team. And so, what that means is, we have ideas that come in. They get vetted. We go to talk to subject matter experts. It goes through a process, and then we're like, hey, we want to try this out. So now we're going to go and we're going to do a pilot. So we find, like I said before, we find these little pockets, find some physician champions that might have the right mindset of like, yeah, we're going to see this through and really give it a test. We want to fail fast, but we want to fail small also. We don't want to have some colossal thing go wrong, but we want to figure out within like 2 months whether this is something that's got legs or not. And then if it does, now we expand it and we run a project and we put it out across the system or the hospital or whatever it may be. And if it fails, we move on to the next thing. And so it's about disrupting strategically, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, I would agree with all things said. Also, for the record, the MD said that. These guys can't say that, right? And so, I think that goes a lot back to the embracing of the technology at all levels of the organization, right? Because you have an understanding of the governance structure around that. What are our critical pathways, or where is the low-hanging fruit in terms of waste within our system? And given what both of my colleagues said, how are we going to focus on those areas of waste with these critical resources so we're going to get the biggest ROI there? And how are we going to measure that ROI, right? Is that a financial? Is that a patient outcome? Is that a doctor time thing? So I think being clear about those expectations and milestones and goals up front, I think for the entire system, I think can be really helpful in terms of embracing buy-in, adoption, all of the above.
Mm-hmm. Sharon, any thoughts from you? You're a patient consumer.
It's really not my area.
You're a consumer. Like, what are you thinking?
No, actually, I'm sitting here thinking about how we bring this group together. Speaking of neutral ground, like how we bring this group together to go advocate together for these policies, because I think we are much stronger as one voice. So I'm actually sitting here plotting how to put that together.
So the neutral ground could be at neutral ground strategies.
It could be.
I can sit in the middle if you prefer.
Perfect. All right. Well, we have just under 10 minutes left. I want to give you guys a chance to ask questions before we close out. What questions do you have for these folks? I used to teach law school and spin class. I'll call on people. Yeah.
So I have a question about AI.
Oh, we had a mic for you. Sorry.
I have a question about AI's, or maybe even big data technologies' ability to task shift in the health system. So I think right now, especially in an aging population where we have a fee-for-service program, we actually encourage people to have the most amount of activity by the most expensive resource, which doesn't sound like a great way to run a health system. And so I'm interested in your thoughts on how technology can allow us to task shift to lower cost resources that basically hit your quadruple or quintuple aim.
Yeah, I think that was loud. This is one of the quintessential benefits that we're going to see from AI, is that ability, and particularly think about it this way. So this is another way of framing that problem, right? Everybody knows there is a shortage of doctors in healthcare, right? That shortage of doctors is not evenly distributed. So there's way less primary care doctors than there are other doctors. And if you look at also geographically, it's also not evenly distributed. So there's way less primary care doctors in Louisiana than there are primary care doctors in Boston, right? So how we've done it is that we've hired a bunch of mid-level practitioners who are good and capable and competent, right? But there's about a 5,000 hour difference in clinical capability of the average mid-level versus the average physician. So how do you then leverage those folks at the time of care and give them the right learning and let them know what kind of guardrails they need to exercise? And actually, it's funny because I was a friend of mine who runs a tech startup in Silicon Valley, and I were literally just brainstorming on this problem, and he's creating a company about it in the last week or two. But those kind of things, like one of the other things that AI is likely going to disrupt is not healthcare, it's education. Like imagine that I took an AI course at MIT. Do you think I paid any money for that? No, it was absolutely free and I learned it on YouTube, right, by MIT. So I went to MIT for free. I didn't get anything, right? So imagine
do you
that
have a certificate for that?
Yeah, certificate. But imagine the other system in our that is very wasteful and costs a ton and locks out a lot of people out of us is our education system. And you think the primary driver for health is education. And if you look at that data, it's very true. The more we can educate people, the better they are going to be, and from a health standpoint. So how do we disrupt our education system so that that is not locked out and gate-kept behind money? I think AI is a really good tool to do that, because now I can get lectures at whoever I want and talk back and forth with them. I can download every single test that MIT lecturer gave, download all of his lectures, put it into a language model, and then give it to anyone I want.
Any other questions? We got time for one more question. Oh yeah, please, fire away, Sharon. Go ahead. I love this.
So thinking about education, I was actually thinking about how are we currently integrating AI into medical education. I have my friend Karen DeSalvo at Google Health has talked about how this can do a little bit of what you've talked about, which is going to accelerate graduate programs. That graduate programs that took 2.5 years could take 8 months now. So, but I don't know that we want our med school students going through 8 months of medical training and then immediately out. So I'm just curious from you guys, like how this is working.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. I have to speak intelligently to this topic because I talk to a lot of medical students about this. So imagine, you go to a standard 4-year medical school, and we only know that that's what's true. But if you look around the world, that's not always true, right? So most people in the world actually don't do 4 years of medical school. Most places do 2. They do an integrated last 2 years of college and 2 years of medical school. It's called the British system, right? So we know that doctors can be produced without the same system that we have. So the question then remains is not necessarily, and by the way, I just recertified for my ABIM, my internal medicine boards 2 years ago. I spent 4 weeks studying for it. Took 4 weeks off of work, my vacation, to study for my ABIM. I killed myself working like 10 hours a day studying and drove myself and my wife insane. And then get to the test that 4 weeks later, only to realize that up to date, so if you know what up to date is, it's a point of care resource, was literally on the test. I could have up to dated every single problem. I didn't have to study. So if you think about it this way, it's thinking about this, there is no way that doctors can store in their brains the amount of knowledge that happens. So we have to figure out a way to train to use the augmented brain that we have that calculates 1.3 trillion calculations per second, about half as much as our own brains, that sits in our pocket. And that's the stuff we're going to need to train for. We can't just train people to hold all that knowledge in. And I think the idea that we are training folks to do that is a fallacy. It doesn't exist in truth. So I think how we're going to have to enable our workforce is we're going to have to enable our workforce how to work side by side with the team-based care concept. And a team is going to include your AI team members as well.
Mike, do you have thoughts on that from the...
Yeah, I would add on, completely agree with all those comments. And you also see novel programs kind of popping up across the U.S. that are integrating AI into curriculum in medical schools, adding kind of dual degree programs and or minors in AI. So again, we're adding this tool to an already powerful toolkit with our providers. So they are beginning to think about these problems differently and how we can leverage AI to be a part of the solution. So.
Yeah, well, my last question for each of you, because I know we're close to time. See, I knew it, and I don't want to get Ruben mad at me. And so we're going to start with Jason. Sharon had the last word, as always. And I'm going to ask you, what keeps you up at night about this? What is your one concern?
AI quality, trust, and safety, and transparency.
Leadership buy-in. I mean,
yeah.
Like the boogeyman is real. And so getting people to subscribe to the belief that there is a way forward, that's what keeps me up.
Yeah, I mean, just to drill down on that legal and compliance risk,
Hey now,
I think
as a lawyer by training, I'm saying.
But again, getting that buy-in, I think, across the board, I think is always going to be, and I get it's a balance from a security perspective and bias perspective, but I think we can find that compromise and middle ground to leverage the technology.
Sharon.
I think it's always going to come back to how it's used and accepted in our communities and how we it's just making sure that, everyone in this room is probably always going to get the best possible care. We're going to know how to ask for the care and go how to look for the care. It's how do we make sure all of our communities have the ability to access this amazing care we've talked about.
Fantastic. I want to thank the NFL Alumni Health for bringing us together on this. Our panelists for taking time out, for being so thoughtful, and to our audience and Sharon for your good questions. I think we highlighted the importance of this, that it's not going away, it's going to be here. Innovation, healthcare discovery, all these pieces. It's going to be the front of our mind for patients, for systems, for academic centers, for community. And we all have to come together to do this well. And again, if you want to take a more active role, as Sharon said, reach out to your representatives, find your community organizations. If you're a corporate entity, an academic center, a healthcare system, join the Alliance for AI in Healthcare. These are the places where you can make a difference, and you really should focus on doing that because it's going to happen, so be part of the voice that's making it happen. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I think we're taking a break. I think we've got a 10-minute break. Is that right? Anybody? No? We're going to, yes? Sorry, I have to.
I saw a thumb up, yes?
Yes, okay. No break. Okay,
no break.
Sorry, we are not taking a break. In that case,
I flipped you to here. Oh, 10-minute break is crossed.
let me move back to my other job.
There you go.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and kick off our next segment, which is some presentations on hepatitis C and public health. The objective of this is to sort of educate and inspire and really to mobilize others to advocate for widespread eradication of Hep C. So Rolf Bernerska is going to come up here, and he thought I couldn't say his name. What? Oh, we're going to watch a video first, which is not on my document. So let's roll the video.
Rolf Bernerska has an opportunity to kick the San Diego Chargers into the AFC Championship game. The snap, it's down, he hits it, it's up! It's no good! Bernerska, who feels, I'm sure, just broken about that play, hoping that he'll get another chance.
For most, missing a winning kick in one of the greatest games in NFL history would be a bitter disappointment. But for Rolf Bernerska, it was simply another step in a journey that began in 1978.
The second season of my career, I came down with what I thought was the flu. I had fever, I had abdominal crampiness. There were 3 or 4 other guys on the team that had it as well, but theirs went away and mine progressed. That season was one of the most statistically successful of my career, but there should have been a little footnote that said the young kicker was dying.
At the time, it was very difficult to grasp just how sick Rolf was getting. Oh, your stomach's upset. You'll be fine. What, you had too much to drink last night or a bad burger? We weren't ready for somebody to be that sick.
Bernerska was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, a chronic digestive disorder in which the cause and cure are unknown. Rolf suffered in silence for over a year as treatments failed to control the disease.
On a flight home from New England, I collapsed on the plane, and my colon had perforated, and I needed surgery, and there were complications, and 6 days later I needed a second surgery. And I woke up weighing 123 pounds with 2 ostomy bags on my side, not sure if I'd see the next day, and frankly not sure if I really cared to.
Shortly after his release from the hospital, with his body frail and his spirit weakened, Rolf was invited to a game. When news of Bernerska's visit reached the Chargers locker room, it was fitting that Louis Kelcher, a Bunyan-esque defensive lineman from Texas with a heart to match, convinced Coach Don Coryell to allow Rolf to be honorary captain.
Let's do this thing. Let's let the world know that we love him, that we're behind him.
I was worried that I couldn't walk from the sidelines to the middle of the field. And Louis said, if you can't walk, we'll just have to carry you. And as I walked out, the stadium spontaneously stood and applauded. I had no idea that they had been following me. And by the time I got to the middle of the field, I was just in tears.
Watching Big Louis holding hands with their little kicker. It's pretty neat.
All of a sudden, it was just a thrill to be alive. That profoundly changed my recovery. And it would give me encouragement to keep trying.
With support from fans, family, and friends, Bernerska returned to the Chargers in 1980. A year later, Rolf's courage would be tested again in one of the greatest games ever played.
In many ways, that game was like a metaphor for my life. When it really didn't look like I was going to live, I was spared and given a second chance. In this game, a kicker misses a kick in overtime, they never get a second chance.
The 29-yard field goal try to win it. The snap. It is down. It is up. It is good.
Remarkably, I was given a second chance and was lucky to make it. That made me realize the same opportunity exists in life. The question then becomes, how are you going to use it?
I go back to Rolf always preaching, it's the journey, not the destination. I'm thinking, who would put somebody in a situation like this to experience this journey? Why? Maybe that was all part of the master plan.
I heard somebody say once that wisdom is a tough teacher. She always gives the exam first and teaches the lessons later. And once you hang in there, then the lessons come out.
He's had that opportunity, and he's made the most to share as much of him as he can. And well, that's what you hope to do in life. And he's done it.
Everyone, please welcome Rolf Bernerschke.
Thank you, Sharon. It's kind of hard to see your life in 3 minutes and reflect on it. It's kind of an emotional moment for me. That was 1978 and 1979. Many of you in this room weren't born then. So I turned 70 on Saturday. This is a big week for me. At that age, you get very reflective on life and all the things that have happened to you. And so for me to stand here and kind of share my experiences after following this extraordinary discussion about how the world has changed, particularly in healthcare, is actually a great way for me to share my talk, because my story really didn't start in the NFL. I was raised in an academic medical family. My dad was a medical school professor. I grew up, I was born in Boston. He was at Harvard. I was there until I was 5, and then he was recruited to join the medical school at Dartmouth, where I spent formative years. I was, from the ages of 5 to 15, I was in Hanover, New Hampshire, in this idyllic little New England town where we were part of the university, small little town. I became a hockey player, a ski racer, soccer player, tennis player. In the 9th grade, we won the state championships in hockey. Me and my little buddies created a cool little team, and we won the states. And we're all thinking, we're going to go play in college, and this is really cool. And then 2 weeks later, my dad, without asking us kids, announced that we were moving to San Diego. And we're going, what? We just won the states, Dad, come on. My brother was an extraordinary ski racer, was skiing against all the Olympic guys. He was going to be a senior. Dad, we're leaving. Steve's going to be a senior next year. This was 1970. We had just witnessed the 60s, the crazy 60s in California, right? Marijuana, the whole deal, right? We're moving from this conservative New England town to Southern California. We don't know a soul. I go, Dad, what are you doing? But Dad was recruited to help start medical school at the University of California, San Diego. And so we moved. And Dad was really thrilled because the school was full of these really bright physicians, scientists that were given an opportunity to create a medical school with things that were important to them. And so we moved. Devastating. Devastating for us kids. I would not be here had we not moved. And the lesson in all this is that things happen to us in life that we would sell our soul not to have happen, that ultimately become the greatest things. And that's really why I'm standing here. So it starts with, when we moved to California, there's no hockey team, there was no ski team, there was no soccer team. The tennis team at the high school I went was the best in the nation. They literally beat USC. And I hadn't grown yet. I was 5'4", 108 pounds, waiting for me to feel comfortable taking a shower in gym class, and I wasn't. So we started a soccer team my junior year, and we were actually quite good. We had 6 different nationalities, guys that have played soccer growing up, but coincidentally, it was right when soccer style kicking was becoming popular in the NFL. So quite literally, one day after soccer practice, 3 of the guys on the football team come and I said, any of you guys ever kicked a football? And 5 or 6 of us kind of raised our hands. The only footballs I kicked was literally as a junior high kid walking home across the Dartmouth athletic fields on the way to home. We used to throw lacrosse balls, kick footballs, whoever it was. So the next thing we know, we're having a kicking competition. Start at the 20, you miss, you're out. Move to 30, miss, you're out. And I was the last guy standing. It was easy. I could always kick a soccer ball well, and it was easy to kick a football, and we're kind of laughing it up. But what we didn't know was the head football coach was watching. And he comes over and he says, we need a kicker your senior year, why don't you kick? By this time I'm about 135 pounds. I go, I don't think so, coach, because you make guys play both ways. I don't really want to do that. And he goes, no, we'll just let you kick. So I get talked into it, and I end up having some success. It was easy. It was novel. And all of a sudden, I get scholarship opportunities to go to Stanford, USC, Cal, San Diego State. So I go to my dad, who was a German immigrant, extraordinary story on his own. We did not grow up with a television, literally. He was not a football fan, and he goes, I go, Dad, let me go to Stanford. And he looks at me like I've got 3 eyes. He goes, that's not why you go to college, son. You go to study. What are you thinking? I said, Dad, sorry, bad idea. There were going to be 3 of us in college at the same time, older brother, younger sister, so we were going to stay within the state system, if you know California, the University of California system. So I was a science major. I loved wildlife. The only school that had a zoology department was UC Davis, so I went to UC Davis. I show up at UC, I don't know if they have a football team or not. I don't really care. And I'm there a week, and the phone in my dorm room rings. I go, who are you? He goes, I'm the head football coach. I go, why are you calling me? He goes, I'm calling you because I just got berated on the phone by the head coach at USC suggesting I'm paying players to come to Davis. Which was a joke because we were Division II at Davis. There was no scholarships. Our tuition was $212 a quarter. So he's going, no, Coach Robinson, why are you accused? Well, we recruited this kicker, and he turned down USC to go to Davis. You got to be doing something illegal. And the Davis coach, to his credit, goes, well, we actually didn't sign a kicker, but what's his name? And he tracks me down through the reg department, and he calls me up, and he talks me into playing football. Now, I didn't tell my dad, so I play my freshman year. Not a great season. Okay, part of the reason was the holder was the quarterback, and every time I went in, it was because he'd screwed up, and he wasn't a very good holder. And in the meantime, I'm just telling you the life story because this is your life lived out, only I'm telling you your story. In the meantime, I'd played intramural soccer at Davis. We had a co-ed team. We had a dorm team. Pretty soon, I'm playing with all the guys on the soccer team. And I said, I miss soccer. I'm going to go play soccer. The problem in college, soccer's played in the fall, same time as football. So my sophomore year, went up and said, Coach Soker, head football coach, I'm going to quit. I'm going to go play soccer. Had I gone to USC or Stanford, they would have said, okay, get out of here. What he said is, before you quit, let me talk to the soccer coach. And they worked it out where I could play both sports in the same season. So I do that, and I get drafted. The day I was drafted, a colleague of my dad's, a physician, calls him up and says, Dr. B, we just heard Rolf was drafted. Congratulations. My dad's going, drafted? I thought the war was over. What are they drafted? So that's my beginning. All right, that's how I got to the NFL. And remarkably, I end up in San Diego. I am the kicker for the Chargers. My poor father would go to the hospital. He'd be walking, minding his own business down the hall, and somebody would go, hey, Dr. B, tell Rolf, congratulations, we're pulling for him. And he'd go, excuse me, who are you? But he had no concept of the NFL and the power of the NFL. And I was fortunate, incredibly fortunate, to end up at the Chargers, where the team was just getting good. I mean, you guys are all too young, but I'll throw some names out there. We had a coach named Don Coryell who fundamentally changed offensive football. We scored more points, threw for more yards than any team in history. And as a kicker, I was busy a lot. We could score from anywhere, so I was always kicking. We did not have free agency back then. So we spent our whole careers with one team, getting to know each other, great friends. It turned into an extraordinary experience for me until my second season. Fortunately, I have an older brother that went on to become a physician. I was trying to earn my father's approval. I was getting none of it. I was like, when are you going to get a real job, make a difference? This is ridiculous, Rolf. Come on. That changed in my second season. My second season, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease in the middle of the season. Early, first game of the season. So I'm not even a football player. Let's be honest, I'm a kicker, for crying out loud. But I'm playing with teammates who play with this extraordinary amount of pain. I mean, they are concussed, torn ligaments, shoulders. They go back in the game. Ridiculous, but most of us not. For all intents and purposes, I had a stomach ache with bad bloody diarrhea. And there's only one kicker. So you're either the starting kicker, you're unemployed, and so I said, I'm going to keep going. So I kept playing. Played. Sicker and sicker. The last month of the season, literally they'd put me in the hospital. We'd play a game on Sunday. They'd put me in a hospital, put a central TPN line in my neck. I'd be there all week. They'd pull it out on Saturday. I'd play the game on Sunday. They'd put me back in the hospital, TPN line. So for a month, I hardly ate. But statistically, if you look at my career, I played 10 years, one of the best career seasons of my career. But there should have been a footnote, young kicker was dying. I tried to come back and play the next season and collapsed on a team plane, fourth game into the season. I needed surgery, 2 surgeries, 6 days apart. And in the second surgery, I woke up septic. This is 1979. I'm septic. The anastomosis that had initially been put, I had a partial resection, had broken down, and I woke up with 2 ostomy bags, 123 pounds, in the same hospital where my father was working. And my doctor's telling him, we don't think Rolf's going to survive the night. And the truth is, I shouldn't have. I was septic. I had a near-death experience with the Lord that night, survived the night, and would spend 6 weeks in the ICU, 2 months in the hospital. Finally released to the care of my parents, where I said, why didn't I die? I would rather have died. I would have sold my soul not to go through this experience. That's me. For whatever reason, my dad took a record shot like 2 weeks before I was in the hospital. This is me with my stomach sewn together with wire stay sutures. I'm 123. I got 2 ostomy bags on my side. And I'm going, why did I live? From where I'm lying, there's nothing in my life I can see myself doing. I love sports of all kinds. I'll never do that again. Making my living as a professional, certainly that's over. And I was single and I liked girls and I was 24 and I'm going, that's not happening. Lord, why didn't you take my life? He didn't take my life. So now I am grateful to be alive, I think. Grateful to be alive, had great nursing care, great help, unbelievable. Survived. If you can imagine being septic in 1979, I got great medical care, but it was a brutal experience. But the question then is, where do I go from here? I think I went too far, maybe not. I recover, I'm out of the hospital at 10 days, and I get invited to be the captain. I go down to see my teammates. I can hardly walk. Literally, I've got wire sutures sticking out of me. My dream is to play again. The experience of recovering was dramatically impacted by a book I read. A book written by a guy named Charlie Plum, one of the longest held POWs in Vietnam, wrote a book called I'm No Hero. And he shared the experiences of how they survived 6 years in the Hanoi Hilton and these other brutal POW camps in Vietnam. And I began to apply those lessons to my life. Break time down to small size increments. So for them, it was, how do I get through the day? They stopped beating me at night. I can worry about tomorrow, a week. That was me. All right, how do I get through the day? Second thing they talked about, set small little goals every day. He would do 100 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, walk his cell 50 times, memorize everybody in the camp in case he got released. I was used to doing that. So my small goals every day was to figure out how to get out of bed. My dad tied a rope at the bottom of the bed. I had to lever my legs over, walk to the mailbox and back. And the next day, 2 mailboxes. And then 3 mailboxes. And If you know Southern California, you can walk 5 mailboxes, sneeze, and they say, God bless you, back at your house. So not a huge accomplishment, but it was accomplishment. And that started to change everything. I got a chance to play again. I got a chance to return to the NFL with 2 ostomy bags on my side because of an extraordinary coach and an owner that gave me a chance. He said, as long as your medical staff believes you can protect yourself, we'll let you do that. And I got a chance to play in what is considered the 3rd greatest game in the NFL history. It's called the Epic in Miami. You saw it on the video. We jumped off to a 24-0 lead. They came back and tied it. I had a chance to kick a winner in overtime, and I missed the kick. It doesn't happen that you get a second chance, and I got a second chance to kick this game-winning field goal. This whole process changed my life. I recognized we had this opportunity to deflect attention off of us as athletes to things that were important to us, and healthcare became critically important to me. I became very involved with the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. I became very outspoken about ostomy surgery. Today, there are 130,000 ostomy surgeries done a year. Arguably the most quintessential closet illness there is. Nobody wants to talk about poop in a bag. I had a chance to change that. We've just launched a nonprofit called Embracing Ostomy Life, where we developed a program. I can't wait to apply some of the AI technologies, where we literally hold the hand virtually of a patient through their 30 days of initial recovery. We're going to change readmissions. 30% of us get readmitted within 30 days because of a simple thing like dehydration, and that's going to have an opportunity to change. I then ended up getting hepatitis C. I didn't know that. That started another journey. But throughout my life, my illness life, I was inspired by this man. This is the gentleman that wrote the book, Charlie Plumb, I'm No Hero. And he made me recognize that I had this extraordinary opportunity to deflect attention. And it's more powerful because of this. He tells a story. I had a chance to meet this hero. I drove 4 hours to hear him speak. And he shared a story that I'll share with you as I close. And the story was, he'd just given a talk talking about the things that allowed him to survive. And he goes to the lunchroom, the restaurant of the hotel he was just speaking at, and is there sitting by himself when he notices this guy kind of 3 tables over and it kind of keeps looking at him. And after about 10 minutes, the guy screws up enough courage and just comes over and says, I know you. You're Charlie Plumb. Charlie goes, yeah, you flew off the Midway, right? Yeah, throughout 47 missions. Well, the last mission didn't go very. You were shot down. Yeah, I was shot down, landed in a rice paddy. They caught me. They put me away. But the parachute worked, right? Yeah, the parachute worked, but they caught me. They put me in this POW, and I was there for 6 years. But the parachute worked, right? Finally, Charlie goes, well, yeah, the parachute. Why are you asking? The guy goes, I'm the guy that packed your parachute. Nice to meet you. And he walks away. And Charlie tells the story of dropping to his knees. He goes, oh my gosh, how many times did I walk on the deck of that carrier on the way to my plane when everybody's saluting me as I walk by? Because I was Charlie Plumb, one of the most decorated aviators in the Vietnam War. Never once thinking about who put air in the tire of my plane or bullets or bombs on the wings. And certainly never thinking about the guy 3 holds below in the bowels of the ship packing my parachute. And he vows that day never to forget the parachute packers in his life. And I have vowed never to do that. I am standing in a room now of parachute packers. You do this for your patients every day, in every different way, from developing the right technology to serving them to coming up with the newest therapies. And I want to thank you for that on behalf of every patient, and I want to encourage you to keep doing it. I want to end my story with why I'm really here, which is to set up Senator Cassidy and tell you that my medical journey wasn't over I ended up getting married. I outkicked my coverage. Oh, golly, I'm sorry, it's too far. You're not as pretty there, Bill, as my wife. I outkicked my coverage to, got married to one of the neatest ladies I've ever met. We have a very special family, a very eclectic family. Our daughter on the right was a preemie. She was a 27-weeker. Had a stroke at birth. She has cerebral palsy. She still lives with us. She's 32. One of the lights of my life, extraordinary lady. We struggled having kids, had multiple miscarriages, had a stillborn, adopted. Mother took the baby back. My wife's heart was broken. We ended up adopting 2 kids from Russia when they were 5 and 3 right out of the orphanage. Came quite injured. We've had lots of challenges with them, but they've been blessings in their own right. And then God gave us a healthy little boy who's now 26 and doing really cool things. I share that story because when this youngest was born, we needed more life insurance. So I went and got life insurance. And after the medical exam, I get a call from my physician. He says, can I see you? So I'm sure, a little trepidation. I walk into his office and he goes, Rolf, how you been feeling lately? Are you tired? Actually, I am kind of tired. I mean, we've got 4 kids under 6 and 3 of them have special needs, but you should see my wife. I mean, she's really tired. Why are you asking? And he goes, you have elevated liver enzymes. You have hepatitis C. I go, what? It's 1998. What? I dealt with all my health issues. I have hepatitis. Am I going to die? Am I going to leave my wife with 4 kids? No dad? Special needs kids? A job 10 people can't do? And he goes, well, no, but we don't know. But we have clinical trials that were just started. We'd like to put you on a clinical trial. I said, I'm in, whatever it takes. So I was put on one of the very first clinical trials, an Infragen trial, Amgen's drug, that required daily injections of interferon. Daily injections. Some of you are too young to know. It was like injecting yourself with the flu. So for a year, I was sick. I'd come home from work. I go, honey, I got to sit down. I'm sorry, I can't help you with the kids. Meanwhile, she's managed these kids. For a year, I did not miss a treatment. I could not miss a treatment. I was traveling and doing work as best I could. I thank goodness they didn't have TSA. I had all these needles. I looked like an addict. While I was on the treatment, the therapy worked. I had no detectable virus. My liver got to heal a little bit. But when I went off the treatment, the virus came back. But the doctor had a great doctor. But Rolf, it's okay. We have another therapy, another clinical trial. I go, really? Is it any better than that one? Well, not really, but it can help. So 2 months later, I was put on a second interferon-based clinical trial, and the same thing happened. It worked until I went off. And now a 2-time loser, I'm just, doctor, I can't. He goes, well, yes, let's take a little break. And then 2 years later, Roche came out with the Pegasus trial, not a daily injection, a weekly injection. I went on it, and I got cured. I'm free of hepatitis because of research scientists like you, right here, New Orleans Bio, companies that you help start, fund these kinds of research. I'm cured because of that. And if you take that virus and you fast forward it, we now have an all oral, no side effect. Just take the freaking pills for 12 weeks and you're cured. 100% cure. The reason you're going to hear from Bill Cassidy, Senator Cassidy, in a minute is, and yet there's still 4 million people that have hepatitis C. We're losing 15,000 people a year. It's costing us in our healthcare system tens of billions of dollars because end-stage liver disease is awful. Often ends up with liver transplants, $500,000. And we have an opportunity to change that. So thank you for hearing my story. I hope it helps set Senator Cassidy up well so he can explain to you the opportunity that we have collectively. And as someone that is the beneficiary of this, when we connected with NFL Alumni Health about some of the work we were doing, I really began to understand the unique platform that's being created here using the power of the shield. And this is one. We would love to come alongside Senator Cassidy and some of you and the other things that you're doing and raise awareness, help activate the difficult to reach communities about the need to get tested, screened, make them aware of the kinds of solutions that are available for them. So thank you for coming. On that note, Senator, I hope you're here. As you know, he's very busy. We're going to let him take the floor. Senator? All right. I'll step, I guess I'll. By the way, I first discovered I had Hep C. I did a lot of research and found out, Hep C kills more people than HIV. It's known as a silent killer. It was stigmatized, right? Early it was basically drug users. It's a blood-to-blood transmitted virus. So the early people that presented were drug users, addicts. And yet if you had a surgery prior to 1992, where a woman, for example, that needed a unit of blood, you had almost a 10% chance of getting the virus, didn't know about it. The blood supply, they discovered the virus in 1989. The blood supply was cleaned in 1992, and then it was obviously accelerated to where we are today. Here's the last irony I'll share before Dr. Cassidy comes on. I went to UC Davis. I found out 2 years ago that the gentleman, a guy named Charlie Rice, got the Nobel Prize for essentially discovering and replicating the virus. It was shared in alumni newsletter, and I saw that, and I reached out to the dean and said, I want to meet Charlie Rice. And they set up a fireside chat where I got to sit with a former classmate who discovered the virus, which led to clinical trials, which cured his classmate. It was a very emotional moment, and we get to see that in our lifetime because of the acceleration of research. Dr. Cassidy, are you there? Not yet. I can't sing, I can't dance. If anybody has a question, I'd love one, but don't. Let me just share how I got involved with NFL Alumni Health. So I started a patient engagement company, the importance of bringing the voice of the patient into everything from how you design clinical trials to the kind of feedback they want to how you market appropriately. What's important. There he is, Dr. Cassidy. So nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for all you do. I know you're a gastroenterologist, have done a lot of liver work. You probably didn't hear, I'm a former gastroenterology patient with Crohn's disease, and then ended up with hepatitis C, but I'm cured because of novel research that you know about. And just want to thank you for the work you're doing on behalf of us Hep C patients and the bill that you're presenting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to be with you. Okay, first, you're in New Orleans, so hopefully you can recognize that this is a Mardi Gras time. And so thank you for being in my city, and thank you for having the Super Bowl there, and thank you for your interest in hepatitis. Now, I taught about liver disease for 30 years. I cannot help but make sure that everyone knows what the liver is, what it does, and what is hepatitis. And knowing that Rolf has spoken to you, and I remember reading about Rolf in Sports Illustrated way back when I was much younger, still, I feel compelled to do this because it's what I did for 30 years before I went into the Senate. Now I'm going to have a quick show of hands. If everybody is absolutely comfortable that they know what the liver does, I won't do it. But if a two-minute refresher helps, I will. So who thinks they would be helped by a 2-minute refresher on hepatitis? Okay. First, what does the liver do? First, the liver is right here beneath your right rib cage. And God put it, I'm talking to you like I'm talking to a 5th grader. God put it beneath the rib cage because it's a solid organ. When you get a hit, a helmet to your ribs, It protects the liver and the spleen. Those are two organs that can't move around, and so they're underneath our rib cage that keep us from getting them bruised or lacerated. Our intestines are down here. You can take a punch in the stomach, and the intestines will float away, but not the liver. Next, what does it do? Well, think about this. Here is your liver beneath your rib cage, and here's your intestines. So again, I'm speaking to you like you're a fifth grader. And this, as you might imagine, is very interesting for a fifth grader. If I took a plate of poo-poo, a plate of feces, call it whatever you want, and I put it in front of you and ask you to take a bite, what would happen? And the fifth graders go, ooh, ooh, ooh. And then I say, but it sits inside of you all day long until at some point you go to have a bowel movement. And while it's inside of you, the toxins, the germs flow into your bloodstream. They go through your liver. Your liver cleans it all. It cleans it all. And as that blood goes through the liver to the rest of your body, there's no problem whatsoever. So if you take a bite, you're deathly ill, but you walk around for hours in the day and never have a problem. And that's because the liver, sitting where it does, cleaning the blood, protects your system. You now know everything you need to know about the liver. So what does hepatitis do? Itis means inflammation. So when you have a pimple, that's a little bit of a cellulitis, an itis, an inflammation of the cells of your skin. Hepatitis is just where you get the virus, in this case hepatitis C, in your liver, all through your liver, and wherever that virus is, it causes a little bit of an itis of the hep, and the hep being the Greek word for liver. And that itis over years causes a scar. If you think about people with severe acne, and they get severe itis of those cells of their skin, they can end up with scarring of their skin. 1, 2, 3, what we have in high school, no big deal. But for some people, it's worse. Now, for the itis of the liver, the hepatitis, if you have enough of it over a long period of time, you end up with scar tissues in the liver, just like you can end with scar tissues in your skin. And that makes, and just as your skin, once it's scarred, doesn't function as well, it doesn't breathe as well, it doesn't have hair there, where hair can grow out, etc. Similarly, in your liver, as that scar builds up, the blood doesn't flow through as easily, and it doesn't have as much liver tissue to be cleansed of all the toxins and germs that otherwise are entering your system. So it's everything you need to know about the liver and everything you need to know about itis of the liver. By the way, my medical profession was hepatology, the study of liver disease. I always say I'm a liver doctor. If you say a hepatologist, they think you do snakes or venereal disease. And so I got to specify, no, I'm a liver doctor. So let's talk a little bit about our bill. I think Rolf's probably mentioned, or someone else has, about hepatitis C, affecting about 2% of the US population, and about half of those people don't know that they have it. Again, 2% of the population, about 5 million people, and half of those people, or 6 million people, and half of those don't know that they have it. Long ago, when I was doing my medical training, there was no test for it. They called it non-A, non-B. But at some point, they came up with a test for it, were able to diagnose it. Many years later, we came up with a therapy, which wasn't very good. And then now we have therapies which are very good, which can heal, literally heal somebody of hepatitis C. And now you may ask, wait a second, if there's already damage, does it matter if the liver is healed? Again, I can't help but being the teacher. The liver is the one organ in the body that can regenerate. That you can cut off half the liver and it will grow back. There's a Greek myth where Zeus is mad at the fellow who gives fire to mortals, and he chains him to the mountaintop. And every day the eagle flies in and eats his liver, and every day the liver grows back. The Greeks knew 3,000 years ago the liver was the only organ that would regenerate. Pretty cool. Obviously, I'm enthused about the liver. I'm also enthused about healing the liver, about protecting people from hepatitis. And so one thing we did in Louisiana, the state where you're so fortunate to be right now, is we started something a few years ago called the subscription model for hepatitis C therapy. When I was a practicing physician, I worked in a public hospital for the uninsured, so people didn't have insurance, or they had Medicaid, which wasn't really paying for therapy back then. And I worked in the prison system. About 50% of inmates may have hepatitis C. And the prisons had a hard time affording the drugs. So we said, okay, what can we do differently? If we bought a subscription to hepatitis therapy, and gave it to anyone who qualified, then we could eliminate cost as being a barrier. So subscription model, like Netflix, we call it the Netflix model. So you want to watch every Planet of the Apes movie on a single weekend. You have a subscription to Netflix, you can watch every Planet of the Apes movie. What a wonderful way to waste a lot of time. But in our model, we said, okay, you've got either 100 people or 10,000 people you want to treat for hepatitis C, and we're going to pay the drug company the same amount of money no matter what. And if we can treat 10,000, we obviously get a better deal, and we treat only 100, it's a pretty bad deal. So the motivation is to treat as many people as you possibly can. The Louisiana experience was pretty good, except it got interrupted by the COVID pandemic, which put a real wrench in it. But the success there of another project in Washington State has led for us to attempt to do this on a federal level. Now, one thing that we did is we came up with a same visit test. Again, when I was checking for hepatitis C, you would draw the blood, you'd get the results a week later. Well, you've lost the opportunity because some patients will never come back. As part of this program, we've developed a test where if somebody comes in and gets, okay, you come to see me for a sprained ankle, I think you may have risk factors for hepatitis C, I screen you, turns out, hey, you're positive, before you leave, we're going to give you the medicine, and when you go home, take this medicine as prescribed, and boom, you're 95% cured for hepatitis C. So that same visit testing is critical to the success of this program, and that has been developed. Now, what we're going to do is ask states to customize the response in their state. Louisiana, the prison system has a big issue. Community health centers, we'll be going through community health centers, Medicaid programs. We don't have the same large Native American population as other states, so other states with large Native American populations will have a specific program for that population. Going through the states allows the dispensing of the medication to be tailored for the characteristics of that state. But the federal government will pay for this and make it available. Now, did I mention that half the people with hepatitis C don't know they have hepatitis C? That's where you come in. I know about Rolf's medical history because I read it in Sports Illustrated when I was a kid, and then I became a gastroenterologist, and for whatever reason, remember these sorts of things. So I say that because you are all very prominent people. People write about you. When you go to church, people like point you out to their child, and they say, oh, that's so-and-so. He played for whatever team you played for. And they look at you and they see that you look like an athlete, even if a former athlete, and the little boy and the little girl are impressed. You have a platform to encourage people to be tested, and if they're tested, to be treated. I worked in a public hospital for the uninsured. The biggest barrier to treatment for a condition like this is that someone doesn't know and they don't know the risk. And the way to address that is for folks like you to use your stature to encourage people to know. And if they ask what the liver is and what is the harm of hepatitis, you now have the information to share with them, and then to encourage them to go someplace to be tested, and once tested, to take the treatment. This will work if we work together. So I thank you for allowing me to speak with you, and I thank you most of all in advance for you using your position, your fame, to help make our fellow Americans healthier. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cassidy. I'm going to call you doctor. I know you're a senator, but to me, you're a doctor that's doing incredible things, and I just want to thank you on behalf of everybody here for that, and mostly on behalf of the Hep C patients who are looking for a solution that they don't even know they need. And we're going to help raise the awareness, the visibility of the players. The NFL Alumni Health is going to help do that. So we are hopeful the bill gets passed and that we can work alongside each other for the next many years to save lots of lives together. Thank you again. Okay, so we got an education, scientific education, and you can see the passion that Dr. Cassidy has. It's extraordinary, and we can make a difference. But it is together. It's like our huddle. We call these Huddle for Health, because in the huddle, the quarterback comes in and tells everybody in the huddle what their job is. Each one is different. Each one's important. We need all of you. We need the NFL Alumni Health. We need federal and state senators to advance the cause and raise the awareness. So again, thank you for being here. Thanks for sitting through all this. I look forward to speaking with you privately if you'd like. Thank you.
Now are we taking a break? I'm so behind. Okay, so we are taking a 10-minute break. Don't go away. We have lots of really great stuff coming up on brain health and food as medicine. It's gonna be fantastic. Don't go too far. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So our next segment is going to be around brain health, and the goals of this section are just to talk about, obviously, the importance of brain health, raise awareness about the risk of neurological conditions in athletes and the general population, and explore preventative strategies and cutting-edge treatments that can benefit everyone. To help accomplish this goal, we have two outstanding speakers with us today, each presenting for 10 minutes to give us a talk on their respective areas of expertise in brain health. Up first, we have Dr. Michelle Longo, a longtime favorite of mine at Tulane. Dr. Longo is a board-certified neurologist and associate professor of neurology at the Tulane School of Medicine. She earned her medical degree and completed her internship and residency in neurology at the Tulane School of Medicine. She earned her master's in public health at the Celia Scott Weatherhead School of Public Health and Tropical Medicine at Tulane. And she serves as the vice chair of the Tulane Department of Neurology and is the director of the neurology clerkship for the Tulane School of Medicine. She serves on the American Academy of Neurology's Health Policy Subcommittee. She has a special interest in brain health and cognitive disorders and is passionate about medical education and health advocacy. She is a proud lifelong New Orleanian. I would also like to say that in post-COVID era that she has really fought the good fight for long COVID and finding, this is just from my experience knowing her, that she has been continuing to sort of push the advocacy for the study of long COVID. So please welcome Dr. Michelle Longo.
First, I want to say that I am so grateful for the opportunity to talk to this audience, especially after some of the conversations that I've had this morning and listening to the presentations. So I am going to talk about brain health. And, okay, and what I want to start with is what that term means. And the definition that I put before you is from the American Academy of Neurology. And I'm so excited that the American Academy of Neurology has a 5-year plan to get word out about brain health. And this is the definition that we are using. So what we mean by brain health is that there is a continuous state of getting and then maintaining optimal brain or neurologic performance. And what we mean by that is the ability to be the best version of yourself, your physical, your mental, and your social interactions. And brain health is something that we think about throughout the entire lifespan, from fetal through early childhood, through your adulthood, into your golden years, and even your platinum years. And so brain health is something that we're looking to talk to all communities about, all stages of life. Oops. One of the tools that the Academy is using out to get word out about what we mean by brain health is this acronym. Wait, let me see how to do that. Oops, sorry, Phil. It's this acronym, SAFEST Brains. And these are 12 tools, 12 strategies that you can use to set yourself up for healthy brain aging. And many of these are things that I bet don't surprise you. But we're starting to understand a little bit more what they mean. So let's take sleep. We all know we got to get good sleep to have energy and to be restored for the next day. But we're beginning to understand that sleep is critical for you to be able to remove these toxins that can accumulate in your brain. We understand that there are proteins, these misfolded proteins that can cause brain disorders, are removed in a system that we didn't even understand when I was in medical school, called the lymphatic system. Or we're beginning to understand exercise, the importance of physical activity, that it actually helps you to grow, to support your neurons, the cells in your brain. And some of the other factors I'm going to point out, the importance of good food. You're going to hear plenty about that, and having access to good, healthy foods. Having social interactions. We know that isolation is not good for the brain. We certainly saw that during COVID, that our elders were not doing well when they were isolated in their homes and not having social interactions. I'm going to come back to trauma. I'm also going to mention about the importance of having access to good health care, having access to your medications, being able to reduce your risk of infections by getting those vaccinations that are recommended for you, avoiding negative exposures, which is not just alcohol and smoking, but also thinking about things like air pollution, which is understood to be a risk factor for dementia. And structural and social determinants of health, that it matters what kind of access you have to education, for example, in your early years. Now I'm going to hone in on the trauma avoidance, considering that we are here speaking with this particular audience. And what I want to say here is the trauma avoidance that we're talking about here, not just wear a helmet if you're riding a bike, or to reduce falls, which is a major cause of brain injury in the elderly, but also, as I think about our NFL players, it highlights to me all that the NFL has done to get the public, to get the players aware of the risks of a condition that I think I think most of us have probably heard about, which is chronic traumatic encephalopathy. So if I think about what the NFL did there, informed the players of the risks, made the rules of the game different to protect the players, had safety equipment, put people that understood concussions on the sidelines, in the broadcasting booths. A lot was done, right, for chronic traumatic encephalopathy. What I want to use my 10 minutes for is to say that we want to see that same initiative so we can make our players aware of the risks that they have moving forward of neurodegenerative disorders, which means brain disorders where the cells lose function and there's a loss of mobility or thinking. Alzheimer's is the risk, is the disorder, the neurodegenerative disorder that I want to put the most amount of light on right now, because we're at a crossroads in the diagnosis and in the care of Alzheimer's. So I'm sure everybody in the room knows someone with Alzheimer's. 7 million Americans have Alzheimer's, and that's going to triple in 2050. 1 out of 5 women have a lifetime risk of late onset Alzheimer's, 1 out of 10 men. But the risk for our professional football players is 4 times that risk, 4-fold the risk of the general population. Our football players present earlier, and they can present with symptoms that are different than the general population, more disorders of mood or sleep than necessarily memory. Oops, I did it again. So I'm going to take my last few minutes to put my call to action out, which is that I don't know that. So I want to say that number one, I said we're at a crossroads for Alzheimer's. We're at a point now where we need to get word out that Alzheimer's is not inevitable. You don't get Alzheimer's just because you're aging. It's a disorder that we can predict, we can prevent, we can diagnose now with biomarkers, not just by an exam, but with markers, and we can treat. We finally have treatments that can impact the course of Alzheimer's. And so if I were speaking with a room full of NFL alumni, I would say to them, if you have concerns for changes in your mood and your memory, if you're having concerns about changes in your thinking or your memory, is to let the healthcare professional that knows you best know about your concerns. It's to reach out. Don't say that this is due to chronic traumatic encephalopathy. I know I'm at risk for that from repeated head injuries, and I've heard a lot about that, because I'm here to say that you're also at risk, as all of us in the room are, for Alzheimer's. And it has never been as important as it is today to get diagnosed so that you can have access to treatments which are being used at the earliest stages of the disorder. So I guess I finished on time. Okay, do we have any questions? Yes.
Because I worked, when I lived in California, a friend of mine, Tony Dorsett, he actually discovered his CTE. So are you guys testing or evaluating through your evaluations like isotopes to be able to get deep? Is that a standard of evaluation?
Yes, certainly if there's been a history of head injuries, there are some biomarkers that now can be used. They're not specific for head injury or for concussion, but we do have biomarkers, and ironically, it actually is NFL, neurofilament light chain, which is kind of interesting. But it will let us know if there's been any kind of an insult to the neurons in the brain, whether it's a neurodegenerative disorder or if there's been a stroke or if there's been trauma. So we do have markers now that can see changes that could be due to causes like head injuries. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just saying it, but because we could not get that determined unless we were deceased of the CTE.
That is correct. Right now, CTE is a diagnosis that is made after someone has passed and an autopsy is done on the brain, although we do have some tools that can be helpful in determining, not necessarily specific that there's been a concussion, but if there's been damage to neurons. So we do have a growing arsenal of biomarkers to detect disorders. And certainly for Alzheimer's now, we have imaging, we have PET scans that we can see the changes in the brain. We have abnormalities that we can look for in the spinal fluid and even in the blood. Any other?
Awesome, thank you.
Good.
Okay, next up we have, where's her bio? I don't know where it is. Oh, it's after the
You don't even have to read it all.
Okay.
Bios are so boring.
Oh, you got it. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got a big one. So let's. I'm just going to pick out. So Phyllis Farrell is an innovator, investor, and incubator for longevity. She is passionate about brain health and committed to creating a world that allows our global aging population and economies to thrive. After 3 decades as a life science executive at Eli Lilly and Company, Phyllis Phyllis retired from the pharmaceutical business and is now working with a for-profit and not-for-profit clients to transform health systems around the world. She's also the Chief Impact Officer of Startup Health Alzheimer's Moonshot, where she chairs a global movement to ensure that field of Alzheimer's has a vibrant and thriving entrepreneurial community and environment for innovation. She loves tackling tough problems with great people and leads to cross-functional teams with care and candor. So it sounds like she would be really, really fun to work with. I'm going to skip over and just say that she has her BA in economics from DePaul University, an MBA from Stanford, and a doctorate in global public health leadership from Indiana University. Welcome, Phyllis.
Thank you. Okay, I hate bios. Thanks for having me. The other thing I am is I couldn't not do it. I'm a Colts fan. Okay, so I had to go ahead and say that. No, I'm not hiding. Not hiding. I'm a proud Colts fan. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I told Rolf this already because I'm a boy mom. And so I had to let everybody know. Is this going to count against my minutes, Jonathan? I had to let everybody know like who I was meeting. And I was like Billy and Rolf. And my husband fires off, I had Rolf's jersey. And I was like, we live in Indiana. But apparently you were a national star too. So he's very excited. So Michelle has hit the science. I mean, she's the scientist, the neurologist. She's also tackled some of CTE. I'm not going to probably focus there quite as much because I want to talk about some things that you guys need to know about your brain health and about the people around you and their brain health and the people that you can influence. So I won't ask for a show of hands. Michelle kind of mentioned it already. I bet all of you know someone either with Alzheimer's or dementia or someone who's caring for someone with Alzheimer's or dementia, right? And notice I use both of those words. They're really important because we kind of interchange them inaccurately everywhere, scientifically, clinically, and certainly at home. But when I say Alzheimer's disease, you probably think of a little old lady in a rocking chair in a nursing home, right? You've got this mental model of something that's very late. I was thinking about Rolf and Bill talking about people have something that they don't even know they have, right? Did you know that the pathology of Alzheimer's disease starts in the brain 10 to 20 years before symptoms? So we've been treating this disease like stage 4 cancer. Who wants stage 4 cancer when you could have diagnosed it at stage 0, stage 1? Nobody, right? But that's how we've been treating this disease. Because of the advent of imaging, we're now able to see this pathology in the brain a lot earlier. The other thing is there's a huge stigma, and the NFL's already started to tackle the stigma around mental health, right? Kicking the stigma, I think. I have the bracelet from the Colts game. So, but anyway, kicking the stigma, right? When something happens in our brain, we think we're weak, and it's scary. But now we can actually see this picture in this image that shows, no, actually you have this real thing, this amyloid plaque that's building up in your brain. And Michelle mentioned what's super cool is we don't just have to do it in PET imaging anymore. We're starting to see the ability to see these proteins and some of this degradation through either a cerebral spinal fluid, which is a lumbar puncture. Not a super great procedure unless you're in labor, but like that's who wants a needle in their back, right? Yeah, but these blood tests, they're coming like crazy. In fact, there's some that are available today. They're probably more for triage, and then you'll have a confirmatory study, but the science is just going like crazy. But let me tell you some of the other really exciting things, and I love that you're coming up next. Lancet just published 45% of dementias preventable with lifestyle change. I'll give you that list because you probably want to know, am I doing all those things, right? 45% of dementias that are preventable. But the other one that I just love that just came out as well, these are both within the last 9 months. The science is going like crazy. We can actually stabilize 70% of mild cognitive impairment through lifestyle change. You want to talk about what our NFL alumni are able to do? Because let me give you a couple of other facts. People of color, African Americans, twice as likely to get Alzheimer's and dementia. Latinx population, 1.5 times more likely. Some other scary facts. 50% of people with Alzheimer's never get diagnosed. Those that do get diagnosed very, very late, which means they're not actually eligible for some of these new treatments and therapies that are coming available today. And sadly, we only disclose the diagnosis in this country 30% of the time. The doctor makes a diagnosis, doesn't tell the patient. Can you imagine? Why? Because they're not sure if there's anything they can do. So that's what's so exciting about this, right? We have new therapies that are coming out. Michelle mentioned we have new diagnostics that are coming out. We can talk about lifestyle engagement with real data right now. Last fact. Only 30% of the people in this country are able to get, or likely to be disclosed the diagnosis if they get it at all. Those are people that look like their doctors. In every disease state, if you don't look like your doctor, you're less likely to have that conversation with your doctor. So I get super excited about the impact that everybody in this room can have. Because this particular disease, people call it the silver tsunami, right? So we've got this aging population working across the world, starting in Japan. China's totally screwed with their one-child policy. And so this, we're ending up in a situation where people are living longer, and it's flipping our social security system, it's flipping our financial systems, it's flipping the cost of our health system. But I was just in DC last week, and a great friend of mine, Sarah from AARP, said, let's stop calling this the silver tsunami like it's a bad thing. This aging population is the single greatest success of our century. So how do we make sure, we all want to live longer, right? But we want to live longer, healthier, happier lives. And there's things that we can do today. That includes making sure that you know what's going on with your own brain. That includes knowing the things you can do to actually protect your brain, or at least create greater resilience so that if these pathologies, this amyloid and tau pathology comes after you, your brain can do a better job fighting it off. Who wants to know what those things are? Okay, I thought you might. Okay, so I'm gonna do my list from memory. Please correct me if I miss one. Okay, so Mediterranean diet, right? We know what that means, right? Mediterranean diet, okay. Exercise. A good 30 minutes of exercise every day. Quit smoking, please quit smoking. Alcohol in moderation, and when I mean moderation, I mean low. Yeah, it's a neurotoxin, okay? Keep going, Phyllis. Manage your blood pressure, tightly manage your blood pressure. Social engagement, right? Isolation has been crazy bad for older people. If you're gonna take a walk, take your walk with your friend. Have a purpose when you get up every day. Cognitive engagement, right? So what is that for you? It could be a lot of things. It's really probably not doing Sudoku, right? Learn something new. I went back and got a PhD at age 50. Some people got pandemic puppies, I got a pandemic PhD, but I decided if I was gonna walk around and tell people we need to learn, I better do it. Now let me give you the big one. Sleep. 7 hours of quality sleep every night. Don't laugh at me. I know if you are a 40-year-old woman with a double income family and kids and people that you're taking care of, you're like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna get 7 hours of sleep a night. Yeah, you are. Leave the dishes in the sink, your husband will get them later, go to bed. Okay, so that's your list. And you really do need to do all of them. You can't be like, oh, I like these and I'll do these and I won't do these. But now I'm gonna give you the power and my call to action. So Michelle gave you hers, which I think is really good. Here's my call to action. If you are in this room or you are watching this online, you are in a position of influence. I don't know what that influence is. That could be time, that could be treasure, that could be impact, that could be the voice you have. But I'm here to ask you to think about what that position of influence is that you have and use it. And if you don't know how to use it, call me, we will figure it out. Because this set of diseases around the brain, Alzheimer's, dementia, and related dementias, they are going to knock our country and our families off course. They're doing it already. They're doing it already, but people are having to deal with it by themselves at home. And caregivers, 4-to-1 more likely to be women over men. Pulling all the gender diversity out of the workforce that we've been so successful over the last decade. This isn't rocket science. This isn't coming up with a new drug, but this is rewiring the way we think about our brains. A checkup from the neck up. Not just going in and getting your cholesterol and your fasting blood glucose, and yes, we should do all those things, and your blood pressure, but telling your doctor, I want to know what my brain health is. I want my baseline brain measurement, and I'd like you to do that for me. And if the doctor needs help doing it, we can get that doctor some resources to do it, or we can help find you another doctor. Okay? Helpful? Got your list? All right, okay. Do we take a question, or yeah? Does anybody have any questions? I'm happy to take them. Or Michelle, I'm happy to shove them to Michelle if they're hard ones. Uh-oh, a doctor.
Okay,
Remember, I'm a Dr. PH, so take it easy on me.
This question is as a patient.
Okay,
so,
okay, yeah.
So, you know, I'm ex-ball player, and we all had concussions, but I happen to have suffered a lot of concussions.
Right.
I think once you get a major concussion, you're sort of susceptible to more and more and more. And I think we had 12 documented concussions. I was in the hospital 3 times. My last foray in the NFL, I was out for 20 minutes. So here's the bottom line. I have MRI changes, I have frontal lobe atrophy, and I go to the University of Pittsburgh for checkups. And
good choice.
I have no cognitive problems at this point. What's the deal? I mean, the damage has been done. There's obviously some anatomic changes. What do you know about that? What's my future like? I'm 71 years old now.
Yeah, so my first thing is that I always say is I don't give clinical advice, so you should probably ask your doctor. And Michelle may want to tackle this one. My understanding is there is increased risk post-concussion for Alzheimer's disease or related dementias, right? Those could be tauopathies. They could be a different type of dementia. But what I also understand is that these lifestyle changes that I just mentioned are likely to create greater cognitive resilience for you. Okay. Does that mean that this disease won't come get you? No. I mean, you can't blueberry your way out of Alzheimer's disease, right? I mean, but you can do a whole lot of things that will help make your mind, your brain, and your body more resilient if it comes for you. By the way, it also makes you more resilient for cancer. It also makes you more resilient for diabetes, cardiovascular disease. It's just that we think that Alzheimer's disease may be more motivating for people to make those lifestyle changes because it's scarier. So I couldn't pretend to give you a prognosis, but what I can tell you is you don't have to sit back and let it come after you. There are things that you can do to help make your body as resilient as possible. And then the other thing I would say is you're doing what this is what I'd say to anybody. Over 50, get your baseline cognitive assessment. There's ways to do that direct to consumer. There's ways to do that with your doctor. But your best comparison is yourself. We can compare you to standardized normative databases, but your best is yourself. So feel strong about being able to fight. Yeah. Did you want to add anything?
Phil, okay.
The only thing I would add, is that if you have concerns, or someone that knows you has concerns, or a health professional has concerns about changes in your cognition, is to get evaluated and to not blame any changes on previous diagnoses like CTE. We know head injuries, repeated head injuries, more so than a major concussion, but repeated head injuries are a risk for Alzheimer's. But I think I would not want to see all of the attention and the information that we know from about CTE cause somebody to label their changes to that and not be assessed for something that is prevalent even without without that history.
Yeah. Or potentially reversible, right? I mean, we were talking earlier, geriatric depression looks a lot like Alzheimer's disease. So sometimes these things are reversible. Those are great pieces of advice. Rob.
Okay, Phil, so I have a question. First of all, thank you for this. This is both inspiring, but I got to tell you, frankly, scary. All right, so scary to someone like me and us. The The question is, how do we know if our sudden sort of loss of memory, inability to recall a name, is not normal aging, or is it Alzheimer's, the early dementia, those kind of things? I always leave these conferences kind of scared to death about, oh my gosh, I couldn't remember her name. What was her name? I can't remember. So help me assuage my fear, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, I do the same thing, by the way. I'll be like, oh, my dad had this disease. This is coming for me. So I think the first thing is know your baseline.
Is that a cognitive
It's
test
a cognitive assessment.
So,
yep.
So they ask you questions? Is that
there's several
we take those all the time, it seems.
Mini mental status exam, MOCA. You may already have one, so you can go ahead and look for those. There's also some new digital cognitive assessment. That's why I asked the question of the AI group earlier, because there's now some things that can use big data and AI to actually do an even better job of doing a cognitive assessment. So know your baseline and do that regularly. Right? I think that will help you feel more in control of the situation. And then don't fret yourself away about, I was in the room and I walked into the other room and I can't remember now what I came in the room for. Okay, I've been doing that for like my whole life. So don't worry yourself, because that's stress, right? So one of the other ones in this list of things is this idea of mindfulness and stress reduction. So don't cause stressing about this. But I will tell you one thing that's really interesting is the field for a long time has said that what they call subjective cognitive complaints, which is where I think something's going wrong, but it's not showing up on a test yet, that those weren't really worth looking at, because the beginning of this disease is lack of insight. And so if you're worried about you, I'm not worried about you, which is why sometimes if you go into the doctor and someone says, hey, I'm worried about my memory, the doctor goes, let's give it a year and wait and see what happens, because they think maybe this is, just worried well. Although I'm here to tell you, if I found a lump in my breast and I went to the doctor and the doctor said, let's give it a year and see what happens, I'd be finding another doctor, right? So, but they're now finding that those subjective cognitive complaints are actually pretty good indicators that something's going on. But I'm going to come back to the data I just told you. We know that we can actually stabilize mild cognitive impairment in 70% of cases with diet and exercise, or with these pretty significant lifestyle list, right? So there's some really cool studies that are going on in that way too. In fact, this idea of food as medicine, they're calling it neurotrition. So, fiber, berries. There was actually a really neat report that just came out from Sodexo last week. So don't feel like you are out of control, but do make sure that you're thinking about this proactively, just like you would your cardiovascular health. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
I know. Apparently, will Jonathan let us go longer on that? Wendy Steele, with NFL Alumni Health, but a little bit of a comment, but I second what Rolf was saying, is that we just had a recent diagnosis with my father, like 3 days before Christmas, where he, was my hero, and he's an amazing cinematographer and brilliant, bright. But in the last couple of months, like cognitively, he's really, really gone down. And we are kicking ourselves. To your point, for years we've been like, I feel like Dad should maybe, go get checked out. And every doctor always dismissed it, like, it's normal aging, right? Like all of those things.
There is no normal aging.
And it's so mad. Yeah, it's so maddening. Where we finally said, when he it's always had a camera in his hand and like was taking pictures of the ground. Like, finally went in right before Christmas and got an MRI after battling with the doctors, and he's got like a small blood vessel, microvascular, whatever that is, not getting enough oxygen to his brain with sleep apnea. But so we're all in this panic of, oh my gosh, now what? Like you said, stage 4. And it just angers me that he was dismissed for so many years. And now he did have all the concussions like everyone had. My husband was a basketball player. He's like, it's not a football thing. He had like 10 concussions in basketball. So now I haven't had any concussions, and I feel like my memory, I used to remember everybody's face. So, and it scares me seeing my dad. I'm almost turning 50. So it's just fast forward everything of like, this is real, and it happens, and it's happening fast. And So, but the other thing is, we just got a general practitioner who has MRI. We can't get in and see a neurologist for 9 months.
Yeah.
And it's so, we're just desperate, and it angers me. Why is it so hard? And why is it so hard to get answers? And, but mostly, big statement. My question, though, is I keep hearing, everyone keeps saying, or the NAD, or, I mean, what is your take on, like, is it NAD? Am I saying it right? NADs. Apparently,
MABs?
No, it's like the infusions. It's the IV. Apparently, all the celebrities are doing it.
I might have to toss that one to Michelle. I can't speak to some of the non-FDA approved therapies, right? But let me tell you, there's so many stories like yours, including my own, and there's always a bump around the holidays because adult children go home and see their parents and they go, oh, what happened, right? So there's always a bump there. Don't beat yourself up. Don't beat up the doctors. These aren't bad doctors. They're scared and lack confidence as well. But do say, I'm going to take the reins. Because in fact, I'm hoping, and speaking with Ann and some of the folks around here, we're going to find a system here in Louisiana that wants to jump in and put a brain health program together. Because this isn't rocket science. We can do this. We have tools available. We have billing codes that can be used, at least in a Medicare population. So don't beat yourself up. Don't panic. If you haven't called the Alzheimer's Association yet, I would call the local Alzheimer's Association, because they will provide the care and support that you need for your dad in the near term. And you're not alone. It is a 9-month wait in most states in this country. In fact, the RAND Corporation just did an analysis that if everybody went to a neurologist that had Alzheimer's disease or dementia, it would be a 52-month wait in this country. So we've got to find a way to do this without necessarily needing neurologists. That we can't grow enough neurologists in enough time. So we've got a lot of work to do on the health system. But there's so many things that Alzheimer's disease is the single greatest feared disease for people over the age of 50. And there's a reason for that, right? None of us, we all expect not to be able to run a marathon, though, Dawn, I never could have run one. But we never expect to lose our memories and our identity and things like that. And I'm here to tell you that we can do something about this disease. There is hope, there is power, but we're going to have to raise our hands and make it happen. Because if we let the system do it, the data shows it'll take 15 to 20 years before the standard of care changes. And I don't know about you, but this is a progressive neuropathological disease, and I don't want to wait 15 to 20 years for our health systems to get fixed.
And then they use that interchangeably, though, right? I mean, or more. Because my father wasn't diagnosed with Alzheimer's. They said, oh, good, he doesn't have, I don't know, whatever they look at.
He has what they call a related, they say ADRD, Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Yeah, and I'm going to get kicked off here. Yeah. But essentially, this is kind of an important thing to know the difference, though. Dementia is the clinical syndrome. That says, in addition to having cognitive impairment, you've started to have functional decline. I can't do my checkbook, or I can't make Thanksgiving dinner anymore, I'm not driving. That's when you get into dementia. Alzheimer's is one type of pathology that causes that. But there's others. There's vascular dementia. Hello, vascular, cardiovascular disease, same underpinnings, right? That's probably why you see greater dementia in African Americans and Latinx population, because it's that long-term low social determinant of health that's having a long-term effect. So we don't know for sure, but we have to be a little careful that we are using those terms interchangeably. Okay, I'm out.
Okay, so that was amazing. Thank you so much. It was well worth going late. And I think we could do all day on, we could do a whole day on brain health, and people would be interested in the conversations, whether it's because of our parents, grandparents, or friends. And I will always say that it's like, always go with your parent or a friend to the doctor. My mom's oncologist is scared to death of me, and that is just how I like it. So, yes. So our final segment today is on food as medicine. I mean, what's written here is really just talking about, proper nutrition, but it really is about everything. Talking about brain health, cardiovascular health, everything we do relates to how that food is treated as medicine. And as I mentioned, I think it was mentioned before, I'm on the board for the farmers markets in New Orleans, and the importance of providing that access to people. We have Snap Match, so we're able to, people can come with Snap and get a match for that. And now we've spread it statewide, so that we are actually doing Grow the Good, because it's Louisiana, GREAUX, the good. To provide technical assistance across the state, because it is just, it's amazing how many people don't have access to fresh food. And so it's so important. And so now I'm going to introduce Heather Mace, who is another Nace, sorry. She's originally from Baltimore and holds a BS in culinary nutrition from Johnson & Wales University. She's currently the treasurer of the New Orleans Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and serves on the American College of Culinary Medicine Advisory Board. As the director of operations for the Goldring Center for Culinary Medicine, she combines her experience of running a small business for 12 years with her culinary and nutrition experience. She provides leadership and execution of medical, student, and community programming, kitchen operations, training of students, and coordination of special events. As a registered dietitian with a culinary background, Heather hopes to inspire others to achieve good health by sharing her knowledge and passion for delicious food, practical nutrition, and home cooking. So I'd like to introduce you to Heather Nace. And are you telling the story about the Goldring Center? Like, it's such an amazing, if you don't know the story and you don't know the history, it's amazing. Come find me later.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you. And thank you to the NFL Alumni Health for inviting me to be here today. I really appreciate this opportunity. I know I only have 10 minutes. I'm very passionate about this topic, and so I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can, but not rush too much. And I'm scared of the clicker now. Okay. I wanted to start off, and I will get into a little bit about the Goldring Center for Culinary Medicine and what we do, but I want to start off with this quote, right? I think many people are familiar with this. Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. And it kind of is at the center of this conversation of food as medicine. Food is medicine. You hear these things kind of interchangeably. And it is important to kind of start here. But what I always like to remind people is that food is not medicine in a literal sense, that we need to use food as an adjunct to medicine. So we're still going to use our traditional medicine, but it is really important, as we just heard, that we need to think about our nutrition. I also like to just make sure that we address the fact, as Sharon was kind of just speaking of, that we have a lot of barriers that can exist to eating healthfully, including our social determinants of health. And it's important that we don't put too much pressure on the individual to say that this is all in the individual's control and you just need to know better and then you'll do better, right? There's more to it than that. It's also important that we don't overlook the fact that food is more than just fuel for our bodies. It is fuel for our bodies and our minds, and it's very important for that, but it is also a connection to our culture and our community, and so that comes into play as well. And I think that my goal as a culinary dietitian is to, help people eat for both health and joy. And I think that what we do specifically with culinary medicine really does link those two realities together. All right, so I will also just, you told me to point it this way and I already forgot. And then I went too far. Okay, so many of you may be familiar with the fact that we had this big White House national strategy on hunger and nutrition in 2022. I would say number 2 is where culinary medicine certainly fits into this equation. The idea behind this, and our President Biden's goal with this was to end hunger and increase healthy eating and physical activity by 2030. That pillar number 2, the integration of nutrition and health, really looks like, coverage for food as medicine intervention, Medicaid coverage for nutrition education, expanding Medicaid and Medicare coverage for access to nutrition counseling, because that's a big one. Many people can't get access to meet with a dietitian when they have a condition where it would be really helpful to sit down with an expert on nutrition and really dig in to how they can improve their health. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get it right. Okay. Too far. So when it comes to food as medicine, this can take a lot of different approaches. You may have, be familiar with some of this. We have things like medically tailored meals, our produce prescription program. That's a really fun, exciting option, right? We can have a doctor write us a prescription to get fresh fruits and vegetables. But I am partial, probably, and a little biased here. I kind of think that mine is the most important, because if I give you fresh fruits and vegetables, or if I give you whole grains and legumes and you don't know what to do with those in your kitchen, then what good is it to give it to you, right? So for me, it's really important that we educate people in the kitchen, and lucky me, it's what I love to do. I want to just briefly touch on this term of culinary medicine. Maybe I'll just point and y'all can do it for me. Okay. So the definition and culinary medicine is a newer field for sure, but it is definitely growing by leaps and bounds. And this first bullet point kind of is like what we think of. It's that art of food and cooking blended with the science of medicine and nutrition. And for me, it's really important that we always make sure we're taking an evidence-based approach to patient care. So, we're not touting fad diets. It's all about what actually works and is proven by the evidence. To me, it's also really important to take that food first approach. So at the end of the day, we all speak a common language, and that is food. I love food. This is why I'm standing here today. Ultimately, I love food. I love eating. I love cooking. And I thought, well, if I'm going to do that, I probably want to do it in a healthful way so that I can also live a good, long life. And that's what's really gotten me into this. So when we talk about the food, that's the things that we can all relate on, right? We can all relate on these ingredients and what is it that we put in the food. Okay, I do want to just mention, so the Goldring Center for Culinary Medicine, at the end of the day, we get to do a lot of work with great populations, but our primary population that we're serving is actually the medical students at Tulane University. So I spend my daytime hours teaching medical students about nutrition by bringing them into the kitchen for these hands-on cooking classes. And I'm not going to read all this, it's a lot of information, but the reason that this exists is because traditionally medical students do not get very much training in nutrition. And everybody in this room and watching online can probably agree that that's a little bit of a problem, because we know how much our health is impacted by nutrition. I think the 2017 survey that they did of first and second year medical students is kind of telling. 55.6 of them felt comfortable counseling on nutrition, but only 50% actually passed the test to show that they knew what they were talking about. We love the confidence, but we need to get the information correct as well. So this is really why we exist. It's to educate our future physicians. It's worth noting that we are the first teaching kitchen that was put into a medical school in this country, which gives us a really nice distinction. I'm very passionate about this work. I think it's really exciting, the kinds of things that we can do with our medical trainees, and really increasing people's kitchen confidence. That's what it's all about. So at Tulane here, we have required classes. Every single med student comes to see us twice, once in their first year and once in their second year, to kind of build the foundation. After that, they can get more involved if they want. We do elective classes where they can come in and get more experience. We also do a fourth year elective rotation where they can spend an entire month with us and really get immersed into what we're doing. We are very lucky and grateful to have the opportunity to historically and to this day continue to offer free community cooking classes to anybody in New Orleans who wants to sign up and learn a little bit more about how to cook food that is delicious and just so happens to be good for you. We do work with adults, families, kids, and we also have the ability to do some private group classes as well. So what are the kinds of things that we're learning about? I said it a few moments ago, increasing kitchen confidence is really the big one. We are definitely going to talk about Mediterranean diet, and I have it listed here as Mediterranean eating patterns for a reason, because I don't like the word diet. I find it to be, have a certain connotation in people's minds. Oftentimes it's kind of a negative one. It can feel, we think diet, we think restriction often. And what I really love about the Mediterranean diet is that it's not that. Obviously we have to teach people some nutrition basics. We need to show people how to properly read a nutrition label and understand what it is when they're picking up a product in the store. And how to make the best choice for their health. But we also love to teach things that are more cooking focused. So, I'm going to teach you that you can reduce your sodium, but you need to learn a few things in the kitchen so that you can build flavor in a dish while cutting back on that sodium content. Maybe it's about trying new ingredients or using an ingredient in a way that you didn't think of. Improving your cooking techniques, of course, knife skills are a big one. Oftentimes people are, a barrier to cooking is the time, right? They think, I don't have a lot of time to cook, the chopping, it's so much work. And I'm right there with you. There are nights that I don't feel like doing all of that either. But we show you that with proper knife skills, you can really do a lot. Okay, I'm gonna speed it up, but this is kind of my quick and dirty breakdown of the Mediterranean diet. So this shows you what we want to be aiming for with these different food groups. And the way I like to think about this, everything in the top half of the list, pretty much the answer is eat more of it. So vegetables, eat more of those. Legumes, those are your beans, your peas, your chickpeas, your lentils. Fruits and nuts, we want to eat more of those. We want to make more of our grains whole grains where we can. Fish and seafood, we want to eat more of these things. And I like to show people, it doesn't have to be expensive. We can do canned tuna and still check off that box. Oils and fats, make them plant-based, and really try to think about minimizing your dairy and your meat intake where you can, and also being smart about the types of those products we choose. With dairy in the Mediterranean part of the world, it's usually seen as yogurts, aged cheeses. It's not so much drinking milk to get that 8 ounces a day. And we like to show people how we don't need to go full vegetarian. We don't need to go full vegan. We can do this in a way that is approachable and works. And I'm going to speed through. We're going to balance flavors, right? This is really important in the kitchen. If you ever have a dish and you think, it's a little off, there are ways that we can do this balancing flavor. And I'm going to really go fast. We make our own seasonings. It helps us save sodium. I really want to show you this because I think this is really powerful. This is one of our intro lessons that we do. So we start with a traditional American style beef taco, ground beef, the store-bought seasoning, the cheddar cheese, the flour tortillas. We get 4 servings out of it. We then take and start adding more Mediterranean diet points with each version of the taco we make. This is the second version. This one has extra veggies. So we add bell pepper, we add mushrooms, we cut back on the ground beef. We also swap our flour tortilla for a whole grain corn tortilla, add some additional toppings. And what I want to show you is the really powerful numbers here of the nutrition. So if we compare our first version with our second version, you see that we have cut our calories significantly. Our saturated fat has gone down. Our sodium is the big one by making that homemade seasoning, which, by the way, I flew past the slide, but they're all spices you already have in your pantry. And then that fiber, and I'm going to let Dr. Will, I'm going to let him, talk mostly about fiber, but that is so important. Most Americans are not getting enough fiber, and by adding these extra things into our food, we don't feel like we're missing something. We actually are gaining on the nutrition and the flavor. I think I might be out of time, but I do want to mention culinary medicine. You don't need a fancy kitchen like we have. You can do it virtually. We did this all throughout COVID, working with med students and families. It was great. And then I think we also work with some really awesome audiences. Our Tulane Center for Brain Health classes are some of my favorite. We get to work with veterans with traumatic brain injury. They're already learning about Mediterranean diet, and we bring them in to show them, okay, let's do this in the kitchen. What does this look like for you? How do we make this something that is approachable and easy It's cost effective as well. We don't use a bunch of specialty ingredients. It's all really simple, basic stuff. And then I'll just leave it on this slide to see if we have any questions. But we have a lot of research to show that this is effective. And we've, published papers on medical trainees, our community members, our family classes, as well as our virtual classes. And we are going to be starting a new study this summer. I think we're going to start enrolling people and get them into the classes. But we're actually going to add the biometrics to it. So we're going to take their, blood work, and we're going to look at it before they attend our classes, and then we're going to look at it afterwards. And we know it's going to be effective, but I'm so excited to be able to see the proof of that and show that this really is going to help people. And again, it's really all about that confidence factor, getting people to feel more comfortable in the kitchen so that they are encouraged to cook more meals at home, because we know it's good for you. Thank you.
Awesome. Do we have any questions? There you go, Tom.
It's probably more of a statement that may lead to a question, but when we were talking before we were getting together to do this panel, Heather, you had mentioned that you're really getting the physicians and the students involved in nutrition, and that's so important for patients, and I'll explain my story at some point, but the ability to have nutrition, and I know Dawn's going to be talking about this from a physician perspective, it's not happening everywhere. I've been afforded the opportunity, but could you speak a little bit about, what are your expected outcomes with the students when they leave what you've put in their hands?
Yeah, that's a great point. So one thing, as a dietitian, many dietitians will say, why are we doing this? We don't want these doctors taking our jobs, but it's not about that at all, right? I recognize the doctors are the people getting the FaceTime with the patients the most. And it's not about, replacing the nutrition experts, but it's about giving them enough so that they can actually give people helpful information, right? I mean, I can think of many people that I know that have gone to doctors and been told really sort of blanket statements like, you need to eat less sugar, or, you're just saying you need to lose weight with no additional, follow-up to that. Well, how do I eat less sugar, or how do I cut my sodium, or how do I eat for brain health? And what does that actually look like? And so we're trying to provide the students with enough of this actionable information that they can then share with their patients. And then they know when it's time to also make that referral to a dietitian if that's appropriate. But they're the ones that are going to be meeting with the doctor or meeting with the patients and have the most ability, have the greatest ability to have that impact. And, I will say this too. One of the big things our students report is that they really enjoy learning it for themselves. And at the end of the day, that's important too, right? Whether they go on to a field where they're going to be interacting with patients in that way, I see a lot of people from fields that, they probably won't be doing that, but they need to know how to take care of themselves because, as Dr. Longo said, we want to be at our peak performance, and nutrition, it definitely plays a role in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. My longtime primary care physician was Dr. Tim Harlan, who is the founder of this program. So half of my appointment would be to talk about work, not about me. So, where are we? Okay, where are we going? Oh, Heather was nice enough to get me where we needed. Okay, so next up is Dr. Dawn Musalem. I think I got that right, a distinguished consultant in the Division of Hematology Oncology at Mayo Clinic, where she has served as a clinician for over 20 years and an assistant professor of medicine. She is a board-certified lifestyle breast specialist at the Robert and Monica Jacobi. Sorry. It's still simple words that tough me up. Center for Breast Health, and founded the Integrative Medicine and Breast Health Program at the Mayo Clinic, Florida. A stage 4 cancer survivor diagnosed 3 months into medical school, her personal journey is a testament to resilience and determination. In 2021, she underwent a heart transplant and remarkably became the first person to run a marathon 1 year post-transplant. Internationally recognized for her work in cancer prevention and integrative oncology. I cannot talk. She is also a prolific speaker and author. So she's obviously a superwoman. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Dawn Selin.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you, NFL Health, for having me here. I am so excited, and this is a super cool thing. So to this very hour, 4 years ago, I received my heart. It's really super cool, yeah. So, all right, well, it is a joy to be here, and Heather, to follow you is a lot. That was so great. I love your enthusiasm. So if she goes missing tomorrow, don't look at Mayo Clinic, Florida, because she's not going to be there. I'm going to hide her so no one sees her. Well, we can maybe figure something out, but she's coming with me. And that picture's a little old, so I like my title, right? We're going to huddle up, and we're going to talk about how food is medicine, can prevent cancer. And one of my early mentors, actually, Dr. Dean Ornish, I'm terrible with the microphone. Yeah, I got to pay attention to the microphone so you can hear me. Love this picture. So they recreated it for me. And let's just look at this, right? So the faucet is on, the drain is plugged, and water is going all over the floor. We have a mess, right? And in cancer care, we do a really good job at mopping up that floor, okay? That's our chemotherapy, our surgery, our radiation. We've got to do this. We're curing cancer very frequently now. But we've got to look at that faucet, because that faucet is our lifestyle. And what if we just turned off the faucet, right? If we turn off that faucet, we're going to be able to actually prevent some cancers. If someone's already had cancer, we know we can improve the cancer outcome, improve their quality of life, and enhance other aspects in terms of reduction in chronic disease, which many cancer survivors, we're curing the cancer and they're passing away of other chronic diseases. So everything I'm saying in regards to prevention of cancer is going to be prevention for all the chronic diseases you can imagine, especially that of brain health. But the American Cancer Society has told us that 40% of cancers, at least, are completely preventable. And just a few weeks ago, the 2025 statistics on cancer told us that over 2 million cancer cases will be diagnosed this year. So that's over 800,000 cases of cancer that just don't have to happen because of lifestyle. That number almost sounds exaggerated, right? You could fact check me, I promise. I'm not exaggerating, but it's hard to really believe. And so I mentioned yesterday in my talk, the American Institute for Cancer Research. It is so hard to go online now and find credible evidence. There's a lot of influencers that are giving their bias. Some of these biases are ways for them to get more followers, which equals more money. We've got to stick to the science. And this is the global expert resource on the science in regards to lifestyle and cancer occurrence, as well as if you're a survivor, how can it keep you well after that cancer diagnosis? So what we're gonna do in my talk is focus on the nutritional aspect of the American Institute for Cancer recommendation guidelines. And so I'm gonna kind of break these down, and we're gonna start with the first part, because just like Heather said, the last thing we want to do is always focus on restriction and think of diet. Instead, we want to think about a nutritional pattern to enhance the flourishing of life is how I want to look at it. Food should be nourishment. Food is really love. It's harmony, right? When we stubbed our toe or scraped our knee, the first thing our mom would maybe give us was a cookie, right? So food is always kind of linked to feeling good. So how can we make that cookie or that relationship with food be one that's both healthy, nourishing, and love? That's really the goal here. But I want to focus on giving back something in your diet that is critical. So this is step one. Take-home message number one is vegetables and fruits. This is a significant study because this particular study looked at 2 prospective studies and then 26 additional cohort studies. So this had a lot of patients that they reviewed. And what they found that is if someone had less than 2 servings of vegetables and fruits a day versus 5 or more, and you would think, well, that's not that hard to get 5 or more, but just pause for a minute and think, how many servings so far today of vegetables and fruits have you had? Some of us may have had 0 so far today, right? It's hard, especially if you're traveling. I actually haven't had a chance today. I mean, myself, when you're traveling, it's like, oh my gosh, you hypocrite, Dawn, what are you doing, right? But let's look at this. This is super cool. So we can simply, by getting those 5 or more servings of vegetables and fruits a day, have a reduction in cancer incidence, but also have a reduction in dying from cancer. We see there's a reduction in heart disease. We see there's a reduction in respiratory disease mortality, which we've seen study after study with COVID. And people that were on more plant predominance diets, they had less moderate to severe COVID. In a recent study published last year, there was decreased COVID incidence by 39%. That's a really big number. So just focusing on eating more vegetables and fruits, you're gonna get more phytonutrients. There's like bioactive compounds in those vegetables and fruits that have to fight away the cancer, vitamins and minerals, and then something that Dr. Will is going to be talking about, and I'm going to talk about in the next slide, and that's fiber, our favorite word. But this is the problem, is that only 90% of Americans aren't getting enough vegetables and fruits. And so I did this study at Mayo Clinic because I don't have a food insecure population, so I thought, I bet my patients are doing pretty good. 95% of my patients were not getting the adequate vegetable and fruit consumption. I was blown away with it because they're busy. People are not making time. So we really want to show up for ourselves and really encourage more vegetable and fruit consumption. So fiber, I had to put one slide in, and then I am so excited to have my fiber-fueled bestie over here, Dr. Will, who is going to just wow the stage when he talks about the importance of fiber. But 91% of women, you're not doing good when it comes to fiber. And men, you're worse than us. We at least beat you here. 95% of men don't get enough fiber. So girls, go us, but we need to do better too. And we know that this fiber is so important. Metabolically, it's good. It kicks out excess hormones when it comes to breast cancer. We know that from the gut microbiome, it's good. We know from a cholesterol metabolism standpoint, it's good. We can go on and on and on as to why fiber is important. And Dr. Will is going to talk more about that. There was a super cool breast cancer study that was published over the last few years that showed for every 10 grams of fiber you increase, you improve outcomes after breast cancer by 13% for every 10 grams. It's just so cool, the science. And so, I had to show a label too, Heather, because, you want to have actionable items. So I tell my patients, whenever you go to the grocery store, if something's in a package, the first thing you look at is fiber. If it has 3 or more grams of fiber, that's pretty good. If it has 5 or more, that's excellent. And this is a label from Sprouted Bread. So I always want my patients to look at the labels and really go after that fiber is the first thing I want them to look at. Okay, so now we got to start thinking of cutting back on some things, okay? So processed meat. There is no room for processed meat in a healthy diet. Okay, processed meat is a carcinogen. It's lumped right up there with cigarettes, arsenic, those sorts of things. 34,000 people die worldwide every year because of processed meat. So it's really something we want to really cut way back on. And we think that red meat is a probable carcinogen. So that's not real good news. And why is this? Well, when it comes to the red meat, just simply cooking that red meat, the creatine basically in the protein itself, when you heat it up, it creates these carcinogenic compounds. They're called heterocyclic amines and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. And that's part of it. And you really can't get out of cooking meat. A carnivore attendee once at a talk said, well, what if you just eat it raw? And I was like, well, then we'll talk to the infectious disease colleague that's speaking next. So you can do your raw meat, but there's about 10 other things that are really bad in red meat. So we're only going to talk about the heating part of it because you really cannot get out of heating it. But yeah, the American Cancer Society says, we really don't know if there's a safe level of consumption of red or processed meat. So no longer am I the bad girl here. We can blame it on them. But that's a pretty powerful statement, right? And so you've got to have something to back it up with. So just like this cursor here, well, we'll just skip it. So, well, maybe we can go back to that slide. Oh, good. Okay, good. This is great. This is a free resource. You can create a free account from the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and this gives you a great way that you can flip out one of those servings of red meat for some beans or some legumes or for other plant-based sources of protein. There was another really cool diabetes study recently published. And what it showed is that people that just flipped out one serving of red meat a day for beans or nuts had a dramatic reduction in diabetes risk. So people don't think about how diabetes can be connected with red meat and definitely also connected with that processed meat. So again, I know that Dr. Will is going to get heavy into the whole bean category, but beans are so inexpensive. Heather, that was an awesome slide you shared about the tacos. And if you actually looked at the price she had at the top, it was so much less expensive with more servings by just simply adding beans. And so it's amazing in terms of you're getting a great fiber source, a great protein source, and then of course, well, I won't steal your thunder. I'll leave it to Dr. Will to talk about how great it is for the gut microbiome. Soy. How many people are worried about soy? Women, are you worried it's going to cause breast cancer? Men, are you worried you're going to grow breasts? It's like men don't want it because they don't want boobs, and women are worried that it's going to take their boobs away. Well, neither of those things are going to happen. So that may have been interpreted the wrong way, but soy is really, really good for you. It's excellent. So it prevents breast cancer. It actually acts to block the receptor of your natural estrogen to the breast, and it binds to the receptor in the breast that helps to turn off proliferation. So that's super cool. get this, if you're a breast cancer survivor, those breast cancer survivors that have more soy versus less soy, and this was in the 2022 update out of the American Cancer Society, 25% reduced risk of breast cancer coming back. This was most significant among estrogen receptor negative breast cancer patients, but it was also seen in estrogen receptor positive patients, very safe. Women in menopause, I've heard some talk about menopause. Yesterday we had a big talk on menopause. Women that had a half a cup of edamame a day, ready for this? It reduces moderate to severe hot flashes by 88%. It improved libido, so now all the men love me in the room for their wives. They're gonna all be buying edamame for their anniversaries, right? Yeah.
Valentine's Day's coming up.
Yeah, the Valentine's Day, get her edamame, I'm telling you. Gosh, their mood. The women's mood was better and they lost weight. So, soy is a wonderful source of protein. It's been shown to likely be associated with a reduction in risk in prostate cancer. And there's also been this link to suggest there may be a lower risk of lung cancer in non-smokers, which is a really cool association. Okay, if you said, all right, Dawn, what's your favorite study that you've ever had since you've been a doctor? This is it. This is the coolest study. And this study answers the question that we should always ask. What is the path to healthy aging? I mean, that's the most important question. At the end of the day, we want to be on Earth and feel good while we're alive, right? This was a study with 48,000 Nurses Health Study recipients. They followed them for 30 years. And what they showed over those 30 years, the path to healthy aging was most accomplished with plant protein. For every 3% increment in plant protein, there was a 38% more likelihood of healthy aging, both from physical domains, cognitive domains, and mental health as well. And this outperformed dairy and animal protein otherwise. So it kind of rests the case. And you always want to, Dr. Will and I had a great discussion last night. No one else would have wanted to be at the table with us because all we did was talk about this stuff for about 3 hours, I think it was, but it was great. They almost closed the restaurant down on us. You always want to ask, what are you comparing it to? What are you comparing it to? And so if you can replace red meat with beans, great. If you can replace poultry with red meat, great. Or replacing poultry with beans, great. It's always going to be better if you can try to replace a protein source with beans, but you're not going to always be able to, and or another opportunity for plant proteins. So really exciting study there. We went back to. Okay, well, we could go here. I think maybe I fast-forwarded it too. So basically what I ask for my patients to do is something really, really simple. And here's another resource as well. This Jumpstart is basically going to be a very nice guide to onboarding to more plant-predominant nutrition. That's, of course, going to include a Mediterranean dietary plan. But what we want, and I invite my patients, anytime you look at your plate or your bowl, whenever you're eating, try to make sure 50% of what you're eating is coming from vegetables or fruits, whatever that meal may be. Go ahead and enjoy grains. That's one of the number one things patients come in and say is, I stop having grains. You don't need to cut out grains. Just make sure they're not processed and refined. Make sure they're whole grains. And then the upper part of that right-hand corner, a plant protein. If you're going to still have some animal protein, it's not going to really matter when 75% of your plate is coming from whole plant foods at the end of the day. If it can be a plant protein, great. That's wonderful. But that may not be right for everyone right away. That may be a little overwhelming. But a lot of patients come in and they describe this. Hey, Dawn, I became plant-based after I heard that you're a plant-based guru. And this is the problem with fake plant food, right? They found with a healthy plant-based diet, yes, it does reduce the risk of breast cancer by 14%. But in this very large study of 65,000 French women that were followed for 20 years, what they showed is that those on the unhealthy diet that were plant foods, they said they're vegan, but it was all fake vegan food, they had a 20% increased risk of breast cancer. So it needs to be the whole food, not the fake food. There's more than 26,000 chemicals in the American diet. I had to update the slide over the last few years. It used to say 10,000, but this is the fact. And this is being corrected really with policy today. So this is very exciting. Unfortunately, though, 60% of the American diet is coming from ultra-processed foods. And kids, that number is even higher. And when we look at this pie chart, when we look at the vegetable component, 50% of that is coming from fake food as well, just like I shared with you with that study from France. And so why is this such a big deal? Well, when we look at these ultra-processed foods, we do see that it drives the risk of all cancers. We see that it drives the risk of dying from breast cancer by 16%, dying from ovarian cancer by 30%. Very, very significant. These toxic aspects, the chemicals, the additives, that's part of the culprit. But these fake foods are weeding out the opportunity for us to have healthy food. That's part of the big issue. And then, of course, what Dr. Will is going to talk about in terms of the gut microbiome. We know these fake foods just aren't good for you. when we think about what constituents in food really cause a problem, mono and diglycerides, this is a really interesting study, and we find mono and diglycerides in so many foods we eat today, including baby formula, many yogurts, soft cheeses and butters that are processed. And one of the healthy things that people think they're having that have the mono and diglycerides are those soft wraps that you wrap. You know, that's what makes it soft enough to wrap so it doesn't break apart. So look at the label, make sure you're not having mono and diglycerides. It was linked to a 24% increased risk of breast cancer, and hold your breath on this one, 46% increased risk of prostate cancer. That's a disturbing number. Carangians was linked to a 32% increased risk of breast cancer. So again, look at the labels. If you see an ingredient on there you couldn't otherwise bring in your home, you should probably leave it at the store. So when we look at whole food plant-based nutrition, we want to focus on more whole foods, less processed foods, really increase that consumption of vegetables and fruits, try to flip out some of that animal protein for plant proteins, including beans. And it's a pretty easy recipe for health, longevity, and certainly reduction in cancer risk. So thank you so much. I think I may have used most of my time. I don't know if we have room for one or two questions possibly, but thank you so much.
Any questions?
Yeah.
I have a fiber question. So in addition to getting more fiber from fruits and vegetables, what if I'm being recommended at least to take psyllium husk or like a similar fiber supplement to help with cholesterol reduction? Am I doing that? Is that advice I should follow, or should I really focus more on getting my fiber from my diet?
It's not going to hurt you to add additional fiber if you're already eating a healthy diet, but I really want my patients to try to get their fiber from their nutritional pattern. And if you were to add additional fiber to that, it's not going to hurt you, but the majority of my patients just don't really need it. The average person who is on a whole food plant-based diet is getting at least 44 grams of fiber a day. From the American Institute for Cancer Research, a woman should aim for 30 grams of fiber, and a man should aim for 35 grams of fiber. That's a little higher recommendation than you see from other recognized guidelines, but that's the American Institute for Cancer Research's guideline. So if someone's on a plant-based diet, you're far overshadowing that. But if it's for a cholesterol goal, you could add a little bit of extra. It wouldn't hurt you. Just make sure you're getting a pure source. And Dr. Will may be able to answer some of that too when he speaks. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Where am I going? Okay, so I learned that I don't actually have to know how to say your last name. I can just introduce you as Dr. Will. And so that is what I'm going to do. If I find your bio, I will tell people more about you. Sorry, here it is. So we're going to hear from Dr. Will. Dr. Will, or Dr. B, is an award-winning gastroenterologist, internationally recognized gut health expert, and the New York Times, Publishers Weekly, USA Today, and IndieBound best-selling author of Fiber Fueled and the Fiber Fueled Cookbook. With a passion for plants and helping people, he is the U.S. Medical Director and sits on the Scientific Advisory Board of Zoe, and has authored more than 20 articles published in peer-reviewed scientific journals, and has given more than 40 presentations. He's just really, really popular. He completed his bachelor's degree from Vanderbilt University, medical degree from Georgetown, and a master's in clinical investigation from Northwestern. He was the chief medical resident at Northwestern, and I thought you were going to put your hand over it and then stop me. And the chief I can't speak now. The fellow at the University of North Carolina received the highest award by both his residency and his fellowships. He lives in Charleston, South Carolina, with his wife and children. You can find him on Instagram at the Gut Health MD on Facebook, or at Gut Health MD, and his website, theplantfedgut.com. Please join me in welcoming Dr. B.
Amazing. Thank you. All right, thank you. So I feel like this was like a nice setup. It was like Lego building blocks, because we're going to talk about some of the things and some of the lessons that we've already received today. And I feel like good science results in something that's actionable that you can take away. So by the end of this talk, I'm going to give you the thing that I recommended in my first book, and I called it the golden rule of gut health. And I'm just going to tell you that if you talk to gut health experts across the world, they will literally say this thing. So I'm going to give that to you by the end. But the reason that I know that this works is because it worked for me. So at a point where I should have been at my peak athletically, like we have NFL alumni, you know where I'm talking about. I was at my lowest point athletically. I was a high school athlete, and here I am, and I'm 50 pounds overweight, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, extremely low self-esteem, anxious, and depressed. Okay, that's where I was at. And I knew I needed to change. And this on the right side is me at 40. And I'm very excited to update at 45, which will be this summer. But I used the things that I'm going to teach you during this talk. And I think like it really starts with rebranding the concept of fiber. Because if I were to ask you like, what is fiber? What do you think about? You would think of this picture, which is grandma needs to poop. And so she's doing the orange drink, right? That's what fiber is all about. But like, I see something different. All right? I think fiber is sexy. I think being healthy is sexy, right? So, and fiber is how we get there. And I'm going to explain to you how that works. But it starts with the science of the gut microbiome, which we knew almost nothing about when I graduated medical school in 2006, because we didn't have the technology or the computer capacity to actually study it, because there's so much data in the microbiome. But now here we are, and this is what we've learned. So living inside of us is an entire ecosystem, like literally an ecosystem, filled with 39 trillion microbes. All right, now, 38 trillion are in the gut, and you have somewhere between 300 and 1,000 species. If I were to take your body, out of 100 cells, only 43 of them are human. You are less than 50% human, like for sure. Because 57 of them are these microbes. All right, so you are outnumbered. And if I were to look at your genetic code, less than 1% of your genetic code comes from your human DNA. 99.5% of your genetic code comes from the microbes. But here's the beautiful thing. With the things that I'm going to suggest to you, you can change that genetic code because you can change your microbiome. And so that's an empowering thing. And they are connected to so much. Now, this is an overwhelming slide. If you're super nerdy like me, you can focus on the right-hand side, all right, or you can take a picture of it. But the key that you need to know is this is not just digestion. This is not just your ability to digest your food. This is your immune system. 70% of your immune system lives in your gut. This is your metabolism. It affects your blood sugar control. It affects your cholesterol and your blood lipids and your satiety when you feel full. GLP-1, Ozempic, is a gut peptide. These microbes have the ability to produce your own GLP-1 when you consume fiber, and we'll talk about that. It affects your hormones. There's GLP-1 right there, and it affects your mood and your cognition. We could talk for an entire hour about how your brain's best friend is the gut. Now, the key is fiber, and specifically, like the whole story that fiber just passes through you is not true. All right, there's different types of fiber. And soluble fiber is the kind that, like, if you put it into a drink, it would dissolve, right? I have fiber that I put in my coffee in the morning. It's gone. You don't even know it's in there. And soluble fiber is food for your microbes, all right? Because it will pass through your intestines, arrive into your colon fully intact, and they have enzymes, literally tens of thousands of enzymes that these 38 trillion microbes have that allows them to basically break down the fiber, process it, digest it, and release this, which is what matters. It's not the fiber, it's this. Acetate, propionate, and butyrate. These are the short chain fatty acids. I'm going to tell you that in my more than 20 years of studying medicine, these are by far the most anti-inflammatory chemicals or compounds I have ever come across. And they have healing effects in your gut, on your metabolism, on your immune system, on your hormones, and they travel all the way through the bloodstream. They affect the blood-brain barrier. They actually can cross the blood-brain barrier and they get into the brain, and they have anti-inflammatory effects there. And I'm sure that Dr. Mongo would agree that inflammation in the brain is a driving factor for Alzheimer's disease, for depression, and for a number of other neurologic conditions, including Parkinson's. All right, so Dawn shared her favorite study, so I'm going to give you my favorite study, and you can see how like these studies are kind of delivering a message that's pretty consistent, actually. So This was a series of systematic reviews and meta-analyses, and here's what I want to point out that I think is really cool. They took 185 studies. 185 studies, including 135 million person years of data. We as humans have only been on this planet for 3 million years. This is the entirety of human history, more than 40 times. All right, and they put it all together into this one study to give us this slide right here. So in the largest fiber study ever done, they found that when people simply consume more fiber, they live longer, they're less likely to have a heart attack, they're less likely to die from heart disease, they're less likely to be diagnosed with multiple types of cancer, including colon and esophageal and breast cancer. They're less likely to die from cancer. They're less likely to have a stroke. They're less likely to be diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And in randomized controlled trials, when people consume more fiber, they lose weight, they have lower cholesterol, and they have lower blood pressure. All right, on this slide are 4 of the top 10 leading causes of death in America right now, right? And then we could add, because there's other data that was not in this meta-analysis with Alzheimer's and fiber, and there's other data not in this meta-analysis with fiber and chronic kidney disease. So actually the number becomes 6 out of the top 10 causes of death in America are potentially addressed with this one thing. And the problem is this: 95% of Americans are deficient in fiber, and not like mildly deficient, wildly deficient, like way below where they need to be. All right, and like I'm not here to advocate for us getting a D- on the test. But if we got a D- on the test, at least we would be passing. We're not even close to passing right now. This is the issue. So you hear about these different things that we could do from a lifestyle perspective, and think about how different our life, like things change fast. We did this AI conversation today. How ridiculous are things changing right now? Like the speed is insane. And think about your life relative to the life of your grandparents, right? Or your great grandparents, and how different it is. And the additives in our food supply, and the way that we prepare our food with the monocropping and some of the chemicals that we use, the herbicides, the elimination of biodiversity, what we now consider our new normal diet, as Dawn showed, 60% ultra-processed foods that literally didn't exist when your grandparents were kids. The medications that we use, the fact that we don't move anymore, the fact that we spend literally 95% of our time inside, right? These are all different aspects. The epidemic of loneliness, I think, is worth mentioning. So what is the solution? Okay, let me break it down. So fiber may seem complicated, but here's where it's like super simple. Every single plant-based food has fiber. So if you want to find fiber, it's not hard to find. Every single plant-based food has fiber. If you restrict foods, like going against the idea of like a restrictive dietary pattern, then your microbes don't get, for example, the fiber in beans. And so the microbes that love that kind of fiber, we lose them. They're not as powerful as they used to be. So what we actually want is instead to eat an abundant diet where there's a wide variety of different types of plant-based foods. 75% of the calories in our supermarket is 3 plant-based foods: wheat, corn, and soy. Our supermarket's not going to do this for us. Like, we have to do this. It starts in the kitchen. It starts with what we put into our basket, and it starts with what we put on our plate. Dawn showed the plate. When we eat a diversity of plants, we get a diversity of different types of fiber, and that feeds a biodiversity within our microbiome, and biodiversity is the measure of health within any ecosystem, including your personal ecosystem that you have living inside you. And this has been proven. So this is Professor Rob Knight at the University of California, San Diego, and he ran a study called the American Gut Project. But by the way, this was an international study, all right, and the most well-positioned study for us to make connections between diet and lifestyle and what's happening in our gut microbiome. And basically what he found is more so than grams of fiber, more so than what you call your diet, vegan, vegetarian, Mediterranean, whatever, the number one thing was this: you need to eat more variety of different plant-based foods in your diet. And there was a number. The number was 30. 30 different plants per week. All right, now that may feel overwhelming. You don't need to do it this week. You can just slowly add. It's about abundance. It's about working towards this goal over time. So the bottom line, plants have fiber. Fiber is the preferred food of our gut microbes. Every single plant has a unique type of fiber. So what we want to do ultimately is eat a diversity of plants, many different types. So I'm here to say, yes, you've been hearing about like grams of fiber and stuff like this. And I say, don't count grams of fiber, count plants. Add more plants to your plate, you will win. That's the bottom line. That's all I got. Oh, and fiber is sexy.
Any questions?
Let me beat Tom real quick. I'm going to beat you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I just a quick question about you mentioned GLP-1, the Ozempics, the Zepbounds, the Mounjaros, obviously some of the hottest selling pharmaceuticals in the world today. How is that affecting us? Is it a positive thing? Is it a bad thing?
So we don't really know, right? Because we have limited data. These drugs were released for use with diabetes first. So, I mean, we have like 5-6 years of data within that population, but we don't have clear-cut data in terms of the dosing that's being used for obesity over the long term. And then the other issue is that like these studies that were done, phase 3 clinical trials, these were not done for vanity purposes. Like these are people who are morbidly obese. It's a very different thing than routine people in our community who are using it just for the sake of losing weight. So I think there's a lot of questions there, and I tend to be on the side of caution when it comes to these things. I think that the low-hanging fruit is, like from my perspective, if we addressed our fiber deficiency, it's a great place to start. Right? And let's see where that takes us. And then there will be people who need these drugs, and I'm glad that they exist. But I don't think that this should be the principal approach that we use to solving this problem.
So a quick follow-up to that. One of my dear friends is a cardiologist, and he was at dinner and was talking to us about how the American Academy of Cardiology, I guess it's who it is, has come out and is encouraging all of their members to prescribe GLP-1s to their patients because of the cardiovascular protective properties. And so he is putting all his patients on GLP-1s, Ozempic or Mounjaro.
Yeah. So the thing that's very clear with the GLP-1s, this class of drugs, is that if you stop using the drug, you lose the effect immediately. And the weight gain occurs within a year. So we're making a commitment to lifelong therapy of these drugs. Take the expense, put the expense to the side. What is the effect on our body over the course of many years of using these drugs? We don't know. In my space as a gastroenterologist, we have proton pump inhibitors, right? So like Nexium and Prilosec, things like this. For the longest time, within our field of gastroenterology, we thought there's no downside. Just why don't we give it to everyone? Why don't you put it in the water supply? And now we see that there's very serious issues. And in fact, one of them was up on the slide and I didn't get to talk about it much, is that it's affecting our microbiome. So I think that we need to be sort of cautious with these things. Like we were talking about blood transfusions and hepatitis C, right? We were given blood transfusions in the 70s. We saved a lot of lives, but we didn't know. We didn't know that people were receiving hepatitis C because we had no way to test for it. So we just need to be careful with this kind of thing.
Yeah, I have a question. There's a lot of resources that have been provided through the different speakers. You have 3 of those resources in books. Can you talk a little bit about the 3 books that you have? Maybe what's your favorite, what people can get out of it?
Yeah, I try to create, so to me, my books are a tool for healing. And I literally encourage people on my social media that go grab it at the library. And if you like it, you can buy it. But like to me, this is a free way for me to connect with a person and like take something that I spent a year of my life on, and you can digest it in a weekend and potentially really add. So my first book was called Fiber Fueled, and to me, it's really the story of the gut microbiome and a lot of what I talked about today. My second book is called the Fiber Fueled Cookbook, and to me, that was never a cookbook. It's a protocol for food intolerance. So it's about people who are struggling to digest their food, and how do we actually help them to accomplish that. So, and then I don't have a third book yet, but that's low key. It's happening in about a year. Yeah.
Can you share like your social media? I don't know if we're doing it on for the social media, just because we are increasing our social media presence, because that's how we're reaching not only our members but just the general outlet. Because that seems, obviously, I'm 5'0", but I'm still living a 1.0 life. So this is going to be the quickest way for us to engage. So I think we didn't really engage that as much, but when you brought that up, it was kind of a light bulb. But I think we can actually be more impressionable and influencing our own constituents.
I think that's true. I think that the reality is that people are spending time in these spaces, so there needs to be voices of high quality information. I think that's the bottom line.
So, how about a layman's question for yourself, Don, the nutritionist maybe, but for those of us with busy lifestyles, single dad, I got 2 kids, I'm trying to give them the right things, make them eat fruits, vegetables. What about how you cook your food? Is how much does that affect, if I'm trying to increase the fiber, do I cook any of that stuff off by cooking it like in the microwave? How much of an effect does how you cook your food have on
Okay, so that's a very interesting
intake?
question, and then we'll pull them in as well. But it's a very interesting question because actually there was research done at the University of California, San Francisco, where they showed that if you literally take a plant-based food and you cook it, it actually has different properties, and so it will affect the microbiome in a slightly different way. So if you're, for example, steaming your broccoli, I say nibble on some raw broccoli as well, because that's like eating 2 different plants, basically. So to answer your question, though, we're busy people. Right. So where did I start? When I started, I was 30 years old. I was busy in my fellowship, and I was a single guy. I wasn't going to cook meals for 30 minutes a night. I got a blender, and I started making smoothies, and that was an easy way for me to get like 10 different plants in there, fill it up, felt really good, felt energized and light. It's not hard to do. And I have 4 kids, and now this is what we do in our house, is that we start our day with a smoothie. My wife will basically prepare it, and all my kids, they love it because it tastes good.
I just want to add that I like to try to meet people where they're at whenever I'm thinking about these types of things. And, one of the things that we talk about in our classes is I don't want there to be too many barriers for people to eat more fiber. And so if that means that you're grabbing the bag salad to make it convenient for you, or if you're doing the frozen bag of broccoli and steaming that in the microwave, that still counts and it's still good. I love the idea of the variety, and it's something I strive for in my life even too, because I think we all can get in those ruts too, where maybe you have those go-to fruits and vegetables that are kind of like your staples, the things you always eat, but trying to challenge yourself and say, okay, let me try to mix it up, because we want to try to get to 30 a day if we can. Yeah, 30 a week, right. And so, yeah, I think the idea too, I try to think when I'm like planning my meals for myself too for the week, I might say, okay, so I'm going to have this thing that's maybe like a salad or a slaw, and then mixing it up with some cooked things. And that would speak to what you were just mentioning, that you're going to get the best benefit, the more variety. But it can be hard because, like you said, you're busy and you have kids, and, don't let perfection be the enemy of success, I guess, is something I also try to think about too.
Yeah, I love what you just said. Don't let perfection get in the way. I always say it's about progress, not perfection. And I love, Will, what you said about the smoothies, especially for kids. That's such a great way to start the day. And if we can start the day good, I think overnight oats are great because you can prepare them at night. You can load it up with a lot of frozen fruit, frozen vegetables is a total green light. I do recommend that for convenience. So,
yeah, good question.
Yeah, I can I think we could all share those, right? So for me, again, obviously I'm a fan of soy milk. I tolerate it well. Personally, my patients are all breast cancer patients, so soy is typically what I put at the foundation of that, unless they have an allergy or something. And you want to make sure that there's no added sugar to that. But that gives you protein. So 2 cups of soy milk gives you, at a minimum, 16 grams of protein. Most of the soy milks also have a little calcium in it, so that's nice as well. And then from there, I have them add frozen berries. So this is a fun fact. So the wild berries generally do not need to be organic. One of the popular brand name berries was just kind of called out in the fact that there was some cross-contamination with some pesticide, herbicide. But I think I can throw out a brand here. I'm going to. I hope I don't get in trouble. But the Walmart brand wild blueberries have been tested for pesticides. There's none. And it's an incredibly cost-effective thing to get. So wild berries from Walmart, throw that in the blender, fill it up with at least a cup. You're going to get 2 servings at minimum right there. And then take some green leafy vegetables that are already prepackaged. They're already washed. And if I do my smoothie, it's like hilarious. I'm like shoving it in there to where my blade isn't going to even want to go on pretty much at that point. But shove some green leafy vegetables there. If the boys want some chocolate flavor, you can get some cocoa powder. That's totally safe. There's actually some polyphenol in dark chocolate that would be considered good for them. And then you can sweeten it with some maple syrup. Maple syrup is all natural. Starting their day that way would be amazing. I love flaxseed for the anti-inflammatory properties, so 1 or 2 tablespoons of that. I don't think people need to go crazy with any of this stuff. And then if you have any vegetables in the refrigerator that are going bad, throw that in there too so you don't have to waste them. And you won't even notice the flavor of them. So that's typically what I do. It's pretty darn basic. I don't get real fancy. And then from there you can just add to it. Sometimes I put some cinnamon in it. It helps blood sugar control. It can make even a more tasty flavor. More tasty flavor.
I was just going to say, if you want to cover up the flavor of vegetables in a smoothie, frozen berries and frozen banana. It also will help that you don't put ice in your smoothie, so use frozen fruits and vegetables to give you that like rich, creamy texture that you want, and then you're not dulling down the flavor with the ice. My personal favorite right now is 1 frozen banana, 2 big handfuls of baby spinach. I do a nice hefty scoop of natural peanut butter that doesn't have anything added. It's just 100% peanuts. Nice portion of frozen blueberries. Top it off with milk of choice. And it tastes like a peanut butter and jelly kind of situation. And it's great. It's really filling. It's, hey, look, I got 3 plants in there.
You got more than that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the soy milk.
That was the peanut butter.
Yeah,
Forgot.
peanut butter counts. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh. We might be cutting you off here, Don. But the other thing that's cool is the frozen banana. If you do frozen, if you freeze your bananas, then actually you can turn it into like an ice cream. So, and that can be like a dessert for kids too. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a smoothie. It could be like a dessert treat that's actually super healthy for them. The other thing I wanted to add just real quick is like tomato sauce is an amazing vehicle for delivering this kind of stuff. So like take a bottle of Rayo's sauce, right? Get it at Costco, it's a lot less expensive. And then like basically just put that on and then just start pulling stuff out of the fridge and get your kids in the kitchen with you. Right? And like literally, maybe you chop it up and they throw it in. And then you always say to your kids, this is what I always do. You go, who made this sauce? This is good sauce. What's going on here?
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I always love those questions of if you're stuck on an island, a tropical island, who are the 3 people you spend time with. But if Will is stuck on an island and you had to pick 3 fiber, what are your 3 fiber go-tos that you're like, these are my 3?
Do you know Gary Brecka? Do you know Gary? Okay.
Well.
Yeah. All right. So Gary Brecka, so like he's a biohacker, right? So and I was on his podcast and he asked me the question like, what's my #1 food for gut health? And I think he expected me to say something like super exciting, and I said beans. And he wasn't very excited about this, but the thing is
Okay, but what kind
the humble
can you
bean,
narrow down the beans? Because there's a lot of beans.
Well, so this is the thing, like get the blend, right? Because then it's different varieties. So we want to work them in. Get the one that you enjoy at the end of the day. I like chickpeas. So, and like some days for lunch, I will literally take a can of chickpeas and just put tomato sauce on the top of it. And then like have some bread with some extra virgin olive oil. And like I'm actually quite happy there. So, so to me, like it starts with legumes. It starts with legumes. These are superfoods for gut health. Fiber, resistant starch, and polyphenols. And the reason why people will often struggle with these foods is because the people who need these foods the most are the ones who struggle with them because their gut is hurt, right? So the gut microbiome is struggling, so they need to gently ease into these foods.
Well, my son has a peanut allergy, so we struggle with legumes. We
Whole
discovered,
grains.
yeah, okay,
Yeah. So,
and he's allergic to pea protein because it's a legume, because it's peanuts. And we discovered that the hard way. We tried to give him a Beyond Burger and had anaphylactic. So he struggled with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I also like whole grains. Whole grains
Okay.
have properties that are very similar to legumes. A lot of fiber, resistant starch, and polyphenols. So like I'm a huge farro fan. I think farro is like the greatest thing out there. Yeah, and to address, one of the things that we talked about is also the cost of eating plant-based, right? And to me, the beautiful thing is like the healthiest foods are actually not the most expensive ones. So beans, whole grains, and then if you've never tried sprouting, you absolutely should try sprouting. You can create a garden in your kitchen in 1 square foot in 3 days. Yeah. And it costs nothing.
We have a lot of sprout farmers at the farmers market, and the next one is Thursday afternoon, so make sure you go by. Anyway, I think that's all we have for today. Thanks. Are you looking at me, Jonathan, like there's more?
Yep,
I'm going to
just
pass
to
it on.
follow
Okay,
Chris
I'm
and
going to
Tom.
follow your instructions. So thanks, everyone, for coming today. This was a really, really great day, and I am so honored to have been able to be up here with you guys. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris Khalil to help us wrap up.
Thank you, Sharon. How about a round of applause for our amazing MC, Sharon Courtney? Thank you, Sharon. If you know Sharon, she's an absolute force of nature, and she does amazing things for our organization as well as the community. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Another force of nature that actually wasn't mentioned today, to my greatest joy, was Hurricane Katrina. And we're coming up on the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. And if you know any New Orleanians, you know that Hurricane Katrina really, really impacted each and every one of us and has had a lasting impact for... Everyone has their own Katrina story, and it's interwoven in any organization, in any person here in our community. And so when I think back to Hurricane Katrina and the way that this city rebuilt stronger and better, I think of NFL. I think of the New Orleans Saints. I think of Steve Gleason's blocked punt. I think of Tracy Porter running back Peyton Manning's pass into the end zone, whereby our entire community was reminded that anything is possible and that you can take that paper bag off your head and be proud of where you're from and where your community is. And so without the NFL, I don't think our city would be where we are today. And so I want to thank each and every one of you for that opportunity. And I think it's amazing that we have an opportunity to continue to partner to build back. And now in the instance of innovation in healthcare within these important topics. So thank you again for being here. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to the NFL Alumni Health. And I'm now going to pass it off to my friend Tom to close us out today.
Thank you. Thank you. Tom Groom, Senior Advisor for NFL Alumni. I have been in healthcare for 35 plus years, and so today was phenomenal. But before I begin, you guys met Billy before. Billy's partner in crime is Kyle Richardson. Kyle, wave your hand. Feel free to talk to him at the end. He was over on Radio Row. Radio Row is really at the convention center this year, and it's a spectacular place to really share the word. We're really beacons in the community, but we're also partnering with organizations. So when we go to Radio Row, we really amplify the mission and the visions that we have. So we've talked about our huddles. It's the church season of Epiphany, and I had an epiphany while I was sitting down there, and I will try to be brief. But a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, and a lot of the speakers heard my story. But now this is probably the first year that I've been listening to something like this, but like from a patient's point of view. And I will tell you, every subject hit me. Everything that we talked about, my wife and I have experienced this year. It started out with Chris talking. If it wasn't for places like this, I would not have received the care that I'm getting. I live in Minnesota, so I live in Minneapolis. I get my care at Mayo Clinic. They are unbelievable. They've given me hope from day one, along with my wife. And it's just been incredible. The AI piece, I experience it. We experience it every time we go in. We talk about the calendars. Like when my thing is out a ways, there's a chance for that to come up. I was talking to somebody at Mayo, said, this is just amazing. And they go, yeah, we use artificial intelligence for that. There was a thing that was just announced by Oracle and a couple of the AI organizations that they're putting in $500 million towards AI. And Larry Ellison talked about, we are now going to be able to use AI to identify cancer in blood. And we can use this from a preventative message. I've, in the past 3 months, have had 3 DNA tests using that same technology already, and each time it's come up negative. I'm done with my cancer. I look at Rolf, and you're going, and Rolf is going, Rolf, Tommy, how are you going to tie in hepatitis C with going through cancer? When this was a year ago in preparation for what we did exactly here in Las Vegas, and one of the first people I called to tell what was going on was Rolf. And Rolf was very kind and said, Tommy, whatever you do, there's a lot of things you're going to think about. You're going to think about finance. You're going to think about what you're going to do. Just think about the next thing. What is the next thing? And focus on that. I'll never forget that. And I've heard Rolf speak, but you know now why he told me that. It's the Charlie Plum story. And so he lives his speech every day. And the food and medicine is just crazy because I was able to sit down with nutrition at Mayo, and they said, need to get on a Mediterranean diet. And my wife, who's probably listening, Heidi, has become a wonderful cook because of it. All our neighbors gave us all the Mediterranean recipe books. And then we have an opportunity to meet Dawn, and now Heidi bought all the plant-based cooking books. And so I've never had more beans, and I get it. But anyway, I want to thank everybody. I want to share with you the first time I've ever been able to do this in 35 years as a patient and what this means. And so what I want everyone to really leave with is that we have wonderful sponsors. I really appreciate the relationships that we've been able to build with Tulane University and with NOBIC. We have great partners in crime, and we really appreciate this. But we're not here and done. There's going to be a champion crowned on Sunday, and we'll end up leaving on Monday. But we're going to be back. We're all about Huddle for Health. So there are things that we talked about from a brain health perspective. I had 2 spots of cancer in my brain, so that's a little bit tied into the brain thing. But brain and food was something that I was taught early on last year. We will come back and do huddles. We will work together with you, and there is nothing that we can't take and give rise and help create a much more of awareness to be able to have a healthy community. So for those of you that are online, whether you want to improve your health or you want to improve your community, one of the rollouts will be, and hopefully we'll have it here too, is a QR code to join the Huddle. I really want you guys to join the Huddle. Let us know where you want to be involved. Let us know where you need help. And again, we're the beacons in this community and in every community, and we're gonna be able to solve a lot of problems going forward. So with that, I thank you very much. We have a reception going, and again, for those of you that are online, please take time to join the Huddle. Welcome to our locker room. Thank you.
In a cafe down in old New Orleans, the trumpets play and the night scene gleams. The syncopated beats that swing and sway. The bayou sings all night, turns to day. Moonlight dances on the cobblestone streets. Jazz rhythms pulse in the summer heat. Echoes of trombones from a bygone time. A city alive with the musical rhyme. Oh, the nights in the French Quarter glow. With every note, the magic flows. Laughter and love in every refrain. In New Orleans, the heart knows no pain. keys hum in harmony. Every corner's a stage, every day a song, in a city where the music belongs. From the river boats to the second line, the spirit of jazz is the grand design. The saxophones wail to the stars above. In the rhythm of life we find our love. Listen close, hear the stories they tell of heartache and joy, they weave the spell. Each note a whisper, a promise in the air. In New Orleans, the music's everywhere. Listen close, hear the stories they tell of heartache and joy, they weave the spell. Each note a whisper, a promise in the air. In New Orleans, the music's everywhere.